Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office over allegations he shared confidential information with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. President Trump gathers his Board of Peace members who meet for the first time to discuss the reconstruction of Gaza. And the former president of South Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, is sentenced to life in prison after an attempt to impose military rule. Now, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Police carried out searches at the Sandringham estate in Norfolk, as well as an address in Berkshire. The former prince is accused of sharing confidential material with late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. King Charles says it was with the deepest concern he had learnt about the arrest of his younger brother, adding that the law must take its course. Let's get the latest with royal commentator Afia Hagan, who is in London. Afia, great to have you on the show. It's been a busy day today. What's the latest on Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, who remains in police custody following an earlier arrest?
A busy day, certainly, and quite a birthday for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Today is his 66th birthday. And of course, he has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Now, there was photographers stationed outside at Sandringham today because it's his birthday, perhaps expecting a visit from family members. But instead, what they got was the police turning up, unmarked police cars, detectives getting out, and a search taking place at Sandringham. Now, we don't know the whereabouts of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor at the moment, but what we do know is Thames Valley Police did have that complaint against him and acted on that complaint. We heard that earlier on this week they were having discussions as to perhaps how they were going to take this case forward, and they decided that today would be the day that they would arrest Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Now, he wasn't arrested by appointment, and by that I mean he had no prior warning that today's arrest was going to take place. So he was taken by surprise, so to speak, that the arrest took place today. Like I said, his whereabouts are unknown, but the police do have 24 hours in which to question him about question him about what he is accused of, and that is misconduct in public office. And we do have to say that it's just an arrest at the moment. He hasn't been charged of anything.
And His Majesty the King released a statement following the news that his younger brother Andrew has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office, like you were just telling us, Sophia. This was a pretty swift response from the royals. And what impact will this have on the royal family?
Yes, a very swift response from the King, in fact. Only maybe a couple of hours after Andrew was arrested, we got this statement, a very terse statement, I must say. He referred to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, didn't refer to him as his brother at all, said that he wants to follow the full, fair and proper process by which this issue is investigated in the appropriate manner by the appropriate authorities, saying that they have his full and wholehearted support and cooperation, saying that the law must take its course, and then saying that he won't be saying anything further. A very harsh statement, I think, one that very much distances himself from Andrew, which is what he wants. With what effect this will have on the royal family, when we had Queen Camilla out earlier on today in Westminster, we had King Charles III, who has just arrived at London Fashion Week to launch London Fashion Week for the very first time, I might add. But all reporters wanted to know, and all they asked him about, was the arrest of his brother Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. And so it's fair to say that this is casting a very, very long shadow over the royal family, and it has done for some time.
And this is a key moment in the story regarding the Epstein files, and a key moment of those being named and affected by the Epstein files. Andrew has always denied any wrongdoing, but what is he under investigation for?
So this is suspected misconduct in public office, right? And this refers to the time when Andrew was a trade envoy on behalf of the United Kingdom government. So that was a public office that he was elected to. And this is about Andrew's conduct in that time, and more pointedly about emails that he sent to Jeffrey Epstein about the work he was doing while he was a trade envoy. And there's two particular emails that he sent, both in late 2010. One was just after he'd taken a trip to Asia, and he was given details of that trip, or given a summary of that trip by an assistant. And 5 minutes later, he sent that email to Jeffrey Epstein. There was another email that he sent him in December 2010, and that linked to Afghanistan and the regeneration of Helmand province. He had details on that and forwarded that to Jeffrey Epstein as well. So it's all about whether he sent government secrets and government official information to someone who wasn't in government, namely Jeffrey Epstein, so he could benefit from that information. And that amounts to, or the police want to find out, they're now assessing through speaking to him over the next 24 hours, whether that amounts to misconduct in public office. Now, we have to say that misconduct in public office, that charge is a very high threshold to meet. It's very difficult to prove that, to prove that someone willfully, deliberately, and not just mistakenly and because of bad judgment, but actually because of bad conduct, sent information or gave someone information while they were in public office so the other person could benefit. It can be quite hard to prove that.
And we have also received a statement from the family of Virginia Giuffre, who alleged Andrew had sex with her when she was 17 years old and claimed she had been trafficked by Epstein. This is a moment for the survivors when it comes to the Epstein files. What has her family said?
That's right. We did have a statement from Amanda Roberts, Sky and Amanda Roberts, and Danny and Lynette Wilson, who posted a statement on Facebook. And they said, "At last today, our broken hearts have been lifted at the news that no one is above the law, not even royalty." And you're absolutely right in saying that this is a moment for Virginia Giuffre, for her family, and for survivors who have long said that nobody has been prosecuted in any way, shape or form for anything that happened in the Epstein files. Now they feel that because Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested, even though it's not anything to do with Virginia Giuffre, that the arrest has been made on suspicion of misconduct in public office and nothing to do with Virginia Giuffre or sex trafficking. They do feel that for them, this serves some sort of justice.
And in a statement, Thames Valley Police said officers were carried out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk, as you did mention, in relation to Andrew. But I think the main question here is, what happens next?
Well, at the moment, the custody clock is ticking. Like I said, police have 72 hours, police have 24 hours to question Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. That can be extended if need be. Then they will decide if a charge will be brought. I don't think they will decide that at this case, because it's likely that Andrew probably will give no comment in his interviews. And then after that, it's up to the forensic and digital work that will be done in those searches. And I believe that they will be searching for things like laptops, hard drives, computers, anything that could potentially have that information that was sent from Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to Jeffrey Epstein. They will be looking for that evidence. And then there'll be the police decision once they have that evidence. Will they charge charge him? Will they let him out on bail? Will they release him under investigation? So I think it really depends on what happens when they search those properties, what they find from those properties, and that will guide them as to how much further they will go with this.
Anafia, what's the feeling on the ground in the UK today after the arrest of Andrew? Because I remember I covered the death of Queen Elizabeth. I was outside Buckingham Palace, and the royals always draw so much attention. But what is a case like this drawing the crowds, or are people just outraged?
You know, you're absolutely right in saying the royals always draw lots of attention. Lots of people are gathering outside Buckingham Palace, actually, at the moment. And lots of people that I've spoken to today, first of all, saying, gosh, they never thought this would happen. But even though it has happened, they're not sure if anything will actually come from this arrest. There still seems to be quite a lot of scepticism around at the moment as to whether this will see Andrew Mountbatten Windsor charged or on trial or in prison. At the moment, it's just an arrest. There's no charges. This is just the beginning, absolutely, in this. But a lot of people thinking to themselves, OK, he has been arrested, but what will actually come of this?
Afia Hagan, thank you so much for your analysis and your time with us today. Representatives from President Trump's Board of Peace have met today to discuss the reconstruction and stabilization of Gaza. Members have pledged $5 billion to help rebuild the war-torn region. Trump says the board has the greatest leaders in the world, and it has a chance to be the most consequential board ever assembled. Take a listen.
I believe it's the most consequential board, certainly in terms of power. And in terms of prestige, there's never been anything close, because these are the greatest world leaders. This is the most prestigious board ever put together. You know, I've seen some great corporate boards. I've seen some great boards, period. It's peanuts compared to this board.
Let's continue this conversation with Nomi Bar Yaakov, an international peace negotiator at the Geneva Center for Security Policy. Nomi, great to have you on the show. Before we get into Trump's Board of Peace, he's just told us there how consequential it is. I just want to ask you a question on Iran, because Trump says we'll know in the next 10 days if a US-Iran deal is possible. However, reports today signal a US strike on Iran could happen as soon as Saturday. Are we likely to see an escalation in the coming days?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on your show, Leigh Ann. It's always a pleasure. Iran is very serious. Of course, we know from the past that President Trump may sort of hit under the belt. Last time during the attacks on Iran, his attack on Iran, they were in the middle of negotiating with the Iranian delegation in Oman. So when he says 10 days, of course, there is the fear that the US will strike as early as Saturday, as you said. I think the only person who knows is President Trump himself, but there is certainly a very serious build-up in the region. We've seen F-25s, F-22s, F-16s, vast numbers of them fly across, carried across. You've got an unprecedented military power, US military power in the Gulf. So all eyes are on what they're going to do. So tricky. Of course, he was waiting for this meeting today, the inaugural meeting of the Board of Peace, before doing anything. But I think we do need to be extremely alert. Certainly the feeling, I'm in London, but I know from colleagues and sources in Israel that the feeling there that this weekend is going to be absolutely critical. So certainly there is serious fear that something could happen very soon.
Thank you for your thoughts on that. Now, let's talk a little bit about the Board of Peace, which Donald Trump told us was very consequential. And he also says more than $7 billion has been contributed towards Gaza's relief effort. What can Trump's Board of Peace realistically achieve?
Well, that's an excellent question, Leigh Ann. I don't think anyone really knows. I think the vision of President Trump and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is rather different to the vision of the members on the board. Of course, the members, especially those from the Middle East, would like to see a peaceful solution. They would like to see a Palestinian state. They would like to see the Palestinians free. But there was no talk of ending the occupation. Israel currently occupies 53% of the Gaza Strip. There was no talk of how long they're going to occupy that for and what is the timeline going to be, what are the benchmarks going to be for withdrawal. He did speak about security first. So I think $7 billion isn't that much money if you don't know where it's going, what it's going to go towards. And I think it's not at all clear how that money is going to be used. And that's my main concern, is that the plans that we have seen are rather removed from the reality on the ground. We have not seen any talk of accountability. We have not seen any structure that is going to work. And of course, the key question is Palestinian agency. We have seen Israelis on the board. We have not seen the Palestinians and the Palestinian Authority and the Palestinian technocratic government given the power that they need in order to work this out. There isn't an international solution. We know that from experience to the conflict. There has to be both Palestinian and Israeli engagement. And at present, it's not looking particularly pretty.
And with several key US allies declining to participate in the Board of Peace, is Trump's new initiative strengthening America's global leadership, or is it risking a direct challenge with the UN? Because so many countries like the UK and European countries have been really questioning the Board of Peace.
Yes, I think it is questionable. You have all the power is lying with the chairman. The chairman is the US president, Donald Trump. He has the power to dismiss anyone from the board. Certainly, if they don't pay the $1 billion he's asked for in the first year, then they do not have automatic membership. You can see from the countries that have joined, those are the volunteered forces to the International Stabilization Force. They're not countries that have any experience in peacekeeping, but they're countries that need the US on their side. So there's more politics than there is peace in this particular issue. For example, you mentioned Iran earlier in a different context, but what about the human rights of Nobel Peace Laureate Narges Mohammadi? We know from the Nobel Peace Committee that she's been tortured very, very badly. They said last week that there's serious risk to her life, given the beatings that she is enduring. Maybe this is the role of the Board of Peace, to ensure that that human rights are also adhered to. So lots of questions, and I would say more questions than answers about the process of how we're going to get to peace in Gaza, in the Middle East. And ultimately, I think this Board of Peace is meant to, at least according to the Charter, deal with peace globally.
Nomi Bar Yaakov, thank you so much for your time and analysis.
My pleasure.
We can now go live to Tel Aviv to speak to former Israeli government spokesman Elon Levy. Elon, great to have you on the show. I was just speaking to Nomi a little bit earlier, and I just wanted to get your perspective on Iran, because the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is warning of an unprecedented response if Iran attacks, and Trump hinting at military action. Is the region on the brink of a major Israel-Iran confrontation?
I hope President Trump is able to force the Iranians into an agreement that will end the Islamic Republic's aggression in the Middle East. I hope that they look at those American warships and agree that now is the time to permanently end the nuclear weapons program, the long-range ballistic missiles, and their support for proxy armies that have brought chaos across the Middle East. But I'm not optimistic that the Iranians are going to do that. In fact, we've seen the very aggressive move of closing the Straits of Hormuz during negotiations with the Americans, publicly rebuffing the idea there can be any deal on ballistic missiles, as Iran suggesting that they're not willing to do that. So the Americans are saying, well, maybe Iran has made a little bit of progress, but they're not even acknowledging America's other red lines. And I think the Israeli perspective is, Obviously, we want diplomacy to succeed in ending that threat of Iranian aggression. But the absolute worst outcome would be a return to some form of JCPOA that lifts sanctions on Iran, allows the regime to enrich itself just at the time that it is trying to rebuild that machinery of regional hegemony.
And let's move on to the Board of Peace, if we can. Thanks, Elon, for answering that question. Why is Israel's involvement in the Board of Peace significant and important at this time?
Well, at the end of the day, the conflict between Hamas and Israel can only be resolved if it ends the threat that Hamas poses to Israeli civilians and people inside Israel. If you want to rebuild Gaza, stocks are going to have to go through Israeli crossings. If you want to build the Gazan economy, it's going to have to be through a connection to the Israeli economy. Israel is very supportive of President Trump's plan. It sees a framework that will deliver the disarmament of Hamas, the demilitarization of Gaza, the de-radicalization of the population. And let's remember, those were Israel's goals in the war that Hamas declared on October 7th to begin with. The question now is whether the Trump plan can deliver that. It has laid out a very optimistic vision of what Gaza can look like if it chooses disarmament, demilitarization, and de-radicalization. But it says phase 2 is dependent, it's conditional on Hamas fully and immediately disarming. And it's not doing that. In fact, there was a report in the BBC today about how Hamas is taxing merchants in cash in order to reassert control in the Gaza Strip. And it looks like it sees this period simply as a time to regroup for the next confrontation with Israel. So Israel is happy to support the development of the Gaza Strip if the people there choose that they want to live in peace next to Israel. But otherwise, Israel's message is very clear. Hamas Gaza cannot be allowed to rebuild as a base for a terrorist army that wants to invade and take hostages again.
So, Elon, it's quite interesting because Donald Trump was talking at the Board of Peace earlier and he said it looks like Hamas will be getting rid of their weapons, but we have to find out. So Donald Trump did really strike an optimistic tone when it came to Hamas demilitarizing, but did caveat that with we have to find out. But with Trump declaring that Gaza is no longer a hotbed of radicalism and terror, what evidence supports that claim, and how might this reshape Iran's policy towards Gaza?
I have not seen any evidence that the Gaza Strip is no longer a hotbed of radicalism.
Well, that's what Trump said, Elon.
Well, if President Trump has said that, I would be curious to know what that is based on. The fact is that half of the Gaza Strip is still controlled by the Hamas regime that thinks dragging the Middle East into war on October 7th was a good idea. And if we want to have permanent, peaceful reconstruction, the path has to go through de-radicalization. That's point 1 of the Trump peace plan, that there must be de-radicalization. Because otherwise, even if Hamas relinquishes power, we're just going to end up with another government that wants to rebuild Gaza as a launchpad for jihad and war against Israel. And we don't want that. We want to live in peace next to our neighbors in Gaza. And that means there has to be real de-radicalization.
And several close US partners, including the UK, France, Norway and Sweden, have declined to join the Board of Peace, and that's due to questions about neutrality if Israel is a member, while Palestinian representation appears extremely limited. What do you make of this, Elon?
I think the countries that are declining to join the Board of Peace have questions about the board's broader global role and its efforts to try to circumvent the United Nations. These are countries that are very committed to the existing international institutions and don't want to support an organization that could be seen as a rival. The fact is that with the Board of Peace on the ground, the job of governing Gaza is supposed to be through this National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, which is a board of Palestinian technocrats. That's a government in exile. They're not actually in Gaza right now. I think they're probably quite afraid to go into Gaza because Hamas has made clear it will not relinquish power and it's not giving up their arms. But that is a positive vision. Gaza should be governed by people who want to build it permanently, and peacefully, and do not see it as a launch pad for attacks against Israel. Do not see it as a temporary staging ground for refugees until they can immigrate into Israel. And I think that's an effort that needs to be supported. But that can only happen if Hamas is disarmed. And that's the elephant in the room that unfortunately no one is addressing. For all the billions of dollars the US wants to pour into Gaza, and the countries that are willing to send soldiers for an international stabilization force, none of that is going to happen if Hamas continues to regroup, rearm, and refuses to relinquish control.
Elon, just a quick and final thought from you. Do you think that the US partners who don't want to be part of this board of peace are concerned about the future two-state solution and Israel's occupation of the West Bank?
Look, Israel's position is that if Israel had withdrawn from the West Bank in the same way it had withdrawn from the Gaza Strip in 2005, we would have seen October 7th coming from the mountains over Tel Aviv on a much larger scale. The October 7 massacre and the celebrations that it elicited within Palestinian society convinced Israelis that the Palestinians do not want to live in peace next to Israel. Their ultimate goal is one Palestinian state from the river to the sea. And the world needs to understand that as long as the Palestinian goal, the Palestinian cause, remains the destruction of the state of Israel, Israelis are not going to make concessions that they view as suicidal, as an existential risk. So if we want to move forward towards peace, we have to get serious about Palestinian radicalization and the root cause of the conflict, which remains the Palestinian refusal to accept a Jewish state within any borders whatsoever. If we can solve that, I'm sure it's possible to move towards a future of peace.
Elon Levy, always good to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The UK Foreign Minister has condemned the detention of a British couple in Tehran. Yvette Cooper called the detention of Craig and Lindsay Foreman totally unjustifiable. Iran accuses the duo of gathering information. They've been held for over 13 months for espionage, a charge they deny. Investigators in the US are in touch with Mexican authorities about the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. The search for the mother of American news anchor Savannah Guthrie continues into the third week. A toxic gas leaked at a mine in Nigeria has killed 37 people and hospitalized 26 others. A preliminary probe has revealed that a sudden discharge of lead oxide and gases like sulfur and carbon monoxide led to the deaths. It's not clear whether the mine was operating legally, but it has been closed pending an investigation. And Bill Gates has pulled out of the AI summit in India amid controversies over the Epstein files. The Microsoft's co-founder charity organization confirmed that he would not continue with his scheduled address at the Delhi event. Delegates from more than 100 countries, including several world leaders, are now in attendance. The White House has warned Iran they'd be very wise to make a deal with the U.S. American media previously reported a U.S. strike could take place as early as this weekend. Addressing reports, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president was still hoping for a diplomatic resolution with Tehran. Take a listen.
The president has always been very clear, though, with respect to Iran or any country around the world, diplomacy is always his first option, and Iran would be very wise to make a deal with President Trump and with this administration. He's talking to many people, of course, his national security team, first and foremost, and you know who the members of that team are. And this is something, obviously, the president takes seriously. He's always thinking about what's in the best interest of the United States of America, of our military, of the American people, and that's how he makes decisions with respect to military action of any kind.
I'm now joined by Errol Moorcout, a spokesperson for Republicans overseas. So, Errol, what is it? Diplomacy, 10 days' notice, or a strike at the weekend?
Well, I would say that clarity itself isn't aggression. We have put very clear red lines on the situation. You can't obtain nuclear weapons. You're not going to be able to affect trade routes, and you're certainly not going to put American people or service members' lives at risk. Those are hard red lines. Regardless of regional stability, this is a show of force. And it's a show of force especially because the F-22 Raptors have been forward deployed. And this is an American-only plane. This is what escorts the B-2 bombers. This is a absolute strike aircraft, not an F-35. This is to take down any remaining forces. You have so many tankers, so much naval power there. And then you go back and you look at what we did in Venezuela. And Maduro, he called our bluff. And what happened to him? We picked him up and plucked him out of there. Now, would it be quite the same situation in Tehran? No, I don't think so. But do they want to find that out? Do they really want to play a game with a man who has the capability to do this on multiple fronts? And as you saw, the Iranian president come out and say, China effectively has abandoned us. They promised to finance this, finance that. Iran is encircled. Every one of their enemies, by the way, it's not just America who's rooting for this to happen. And from Ankara to Tel Aviv to anywhere, people are eagerly waiting for the fall of this regime. So the only chance they have here is to make a deal. And if they don't make a deal, I think President Trump is going to strike them hard and quick. And it's going to be one of the most revolutionary changes because that will preeminate the fall of Cuba. And we would have had Cuba, Iran, and Venezuela go down within about 90 days.
Let's talk about Iran, Errol, because Iran is insisting it has the legal right to nuclear enrichment, and Trump warning of potential strikes. Are we witnessing a diplomatic standoff at the moment? And what can bring this deadlock to an end? You said Iran making a deal, but it appears that Iran thinks they're within their right for nuclear enrichment for domestic purposes.
They probably are in their right if we trusted them. If they were the type of people who were enriching uranium for domestic purposes, they, of course, wouldn't be enriching it to 60%. There's no reason to enrich to that amount. Certainly, they would have had certain other capabilities they would be building, maybe nuclear submarines, but they're using diesel submarines. Very clearly, their entire situation is to create enough nuclear material to have a counterbalance threat against Israel and on the region. And when you look at the, clerical 12er Shia Islam and the Armageddon-style sort of diplomacy that they're conducting, you have to be very conscious of what they are bringing to the table. And their requests for a civilian program, once again, are valid if we trusted them. We don't trust them. We think they're lying. And if they're not going to surrender the remaining nuclear material, I think that we will have no choice but to go in and remove them.
The US, as you did mention to me, has moved around 50 extra fighter jets and other aircraft towards the Middle East this week. As Donald Trump said, that Armada is on its way, and we've seen a lot of it arriving there. What are Trump's military options in Iran? Reports suggest the US could try to influence government change from the air. What else could possibly be on the table?
Well, complete air supremacy is guaranteed, but more importantly, what can we do on the ground? It's much better that this comes from an internal situation. Are there people inside Iran who are willing to step up and do what's right to overthrow the yoke of the tyranny they've been under since the Islamic Revolution? If so, can we find those people? Can we work with them? CIA, Mossad already is in the country, has been operating in the country very long. You have a situation where half the country is not half, nearly is secular minded, and so it's not very hard to find allies inside that situation. The last thing we want, though, is a large-scale invasion of troops on the ground. This would be a situation where we are taking out top-level leadership and or allowing them to flee to safe haven. But it's coming down to the wire, and right now, unless Iran is really going to step into negotiations, I think that they might entrench themselves and try to hold out, and that's going to be the end of them.
Errol, I have a good friend who's from Iran, and we met over the weekend and we were talking, and her sister lives in Tehran. And she tells me the stories that her sister tells her about what's happening in Tehran. But she's so frightened, the sister, on the phone that they have to speak in code. It's very difficult for the people in Iran at the moment after that crackdown due to those anti-government protests, which Donald Trump said help was on its way. And it never came for those people. And it's very difficult for the people of Iran to keep on going and keep on striking because they know the consequences are so deadly.
That's very true. And, I think anybody with a heart goes out to that situation. President Trump certainly felt that he came as close as he could regarding maybe stopping the execution of hostages. I think clearly that didn't go far enough. And those people were left kind of in the wind there. And that certainly wasn't something that was a good situation. So I'm not here to defend every single thing that the policy decision that we make on the fly. Those words were taken perhaps in a more literal sense. As we're coming later on with the Armada, though, we can say, look, help is on the way. Perhaps we were presumptuous in hoping that you would have overthrown that government in that time period. Also, the crackdown that occurred, I mean, it sounds kind of, heartless, but that does further delegitimize the government. So I think the most important thing here for American officials and American people when looking at this is that the Iranian people are our friends. The Iranian people are victims of the situation. Even if they're not victims, we are not trying to kill civilians or anything. What we're trying to do is remove the threat of nuclear war in the region, remove potentially one of the biggest sponsors of state terrorism in the region. And that can be done with precision accuracy. So I think the Armada is coming. That help is coming. Did we come up a little bit short on that situation? Yes, absolutely. And to your friend and her family, that's a failure on our part. We definitely need to own that. But it doesn't mean that America has given up or will give up on this situation. I think President Trump is proving that with the current show of force and or potential strikes this weekend.
Errol Moorcouch, great to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
A South Korean court has sentenced former President Yoon Suk-yeol to life in prison after finding him guilty of masterminding an insurrection. The court said the action gravely damaged the political neutrality of the military and police and damaged the country's credibility on the world stage. Frank Smith reports from Seoul.
The bus believed to be carrying South Korea's ex-president arrived at Seoul Central District Court as his supporters demonstrated outside. This banner reading, "Stay strong, Mr. President." There was heightened security also. Today's verdict was the most consequential for the ousted leader. Prosecutors were seeking the death penalty. But the court opted for life imprisonment instead after finding him guilty of leading an insurrection, noting that while the crime was grave, Yoon had attempted to limit the use of physical force when he declared martial law more than a year ago.
South Korean citizens have been so deeply polarized, pitted against each other. I really think it should have been a death sentence so that this doesn't become an example to repeat. Martial law must never be allowed.
One of the judges presiding over the case said Yoon attempted to send troops to the National Assembly to blockade the Assembly Hall and arrest key figures, including the Assembly Speaker and party leaders, to prevent lawmakers from gathering to deliberate or vote. The verdict makes Yoon the first elected head of state in South Korea's democratic era to receive the maximum custodial sentence. His legal team says the court ignored the principle of basing findings on evidence.
If this ruling ignores the clearly established facts as well as the legal principles and evidentiary standards set forth in our Constitution and the Criminal Procedure Act and simply mirrors the conclusions predetermined by the Special Counsel, then were the dozens of hearings held over the past year merely procedural formalities?
Yoon's lawyers say they will discuss whether or not to appeal the verdict. Former President Yoon can also appeal for a presidential pardon, but the ruling caps one of South Korea's most turbulent political crises, with the scars likely to last for years to come. Frank Smith, Al Arabiya English.
A reminder of our top stories. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor is arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office over allegations he shared confidential information with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. President Trump gathers his Board of Peace members who meet for the first time to discuss the reconstruction of Gaza. And the former president of South Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, is sentenced to life in prison after an attempt to impose military rule. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the dailies. International headlines were dominated by rising US-Iran tensions, with American military buildups, stalled nuclear talks and warnings of possible strikes shaping the coverage. Europe focused on fallout from the Munich Security Conference, highlighting a widening transatlantic rift and calls for greater EU unity. In the UK, attention centred on Donald Trump attacking Keir Starmer's Chagos Island deal, raising doubts over sovereignty, Diego Garcia's future, and the strength of the UK-US alliance. American media headlines centered on escalating tensions with Iran, highlighting the largest US military buildup in the Middle East since 2003, alongside fragile nuclear talks. Domestic coverage also focused on political fallout from the Epstein files and debates over media independence and regulation. Together, headlines reflected a climate of geopolitical risk abroad and institutional strain at home. The New York Times details the buildup of US military power around Iran, underscoring how diplomacy is unfolding under the shadow of force. The visual analysis uses satellite imagery and maps and also tracks aircraft carriers, destroyers, air bases and missile defenses positioned across the Middle East. While noting President Trump has not yet authorized strikes, the piece highlights the ambiguity of US objectives and the scale of readiness. Axios argues that a US-Iran war is edging closer, outlining 6 converging pressures on President Trump. The analysis traces the long nuclear standoff, the impact of Iran's protest crackdown, and also the symbolism of major US military deployments. It also examines Israeli advocacy for broader campaign, favorable oil market conditions, and perceptions of Iranian regime weakness, reinforcing the sense of momentum toward conflict. While diplomacy remains possible, the piece presents escalation as increasingly plausible rather than accidental. Ali Hashim warns in foreign policy that Iran is misreading both Washington's intentions and the pace of current diplomacy, risking catastrophic miscalculation. Drawing on past failures, including the collapse of the 2022 nuclear talks and the shock of last year's war, the author argues that Tehran is clinging to outdated assumptions shaped by the 2015 deal. With regional leverage now weakened and US patience also limited under Donald Trump, the article portrays Iranian confidence as a strategic liability in an increasingly volatile standoff.
Politico reports that the Trump administration is pressing NATO to refocus narrowly on collective defense, cutting out of area missions and global partnerships. The piece details U.S. efforts to end NATO's advisory mission in Iraq, consider drawing down Kosovo peacekeepers, and limit partner participation at the Ankara summit. Also framed as a return to factory settings, the push has indeed alarmed many allies who warn it risks regional instability, also weakens deterrence, and undermines NATO's political cohesion and public credibility within the transatlantic alliance today. The Wall Street Journal reveals in an exclusive that the Trump administration decided to withdraw all troops, U.S. troops, from Syria, ending a decade-long military mission against the Islamic State. The piece links the move to shifting regional dynamics, including the collapse of the Kurdish-led SDF and Washington's push to engage Syria's new leadership diplomatically. Now, while officials frame the exit as conditions-based, the piece highlights concerns over an IS resurgence and doubts about relying on an untested Syrian government. American media continue to cover the California avalanche, framing it as a devastating tragedy, highlighting the high death toll, dangerous rescue conditions, and severe winter storms. Coverage stressed the risk of backcountry skiing and the warnings in place, presenting the disaster as a stark reminder of extreme weather dangers. The Washington Post combines on-the-ground reporting with meteorological analysis, detailing extreme weather, unstable snowpack, and dangerous rescue conditions. It also highlights the scale of the disaster, the risks faced by rescuers, and the broader context of powerful winter storms battering the Sierra Nevada. The piece indeed underscores how climate-driven extremes are amplifying avalanche risks in the American West. Back to Iran, as it was also in the spotlight in Israeli media, which reported heightened alert over possible U.S. strike on Iran, with officials warning the decision window may be days or even weeks away. Coverage stressed close coordination with Washington, military readiness at home, and also growing doubt that diplomacy alone will prevent escalation. Israel Hayom reviews mounting signs that U.S.-Iran diplomacy is nearing collapse, with Israeli officials warning that American military action could come within days or even weeks. It details U.S. intelligence assessments that Iran is unwilling or unable to meet core demands, despite offering limited nuclear concessions. The piece emphasizes the escalating U.S. military buildup, increasingly blunt warnings to Tehran, and Israel's cautions alignment with Washington. Overall, it frames the moment as a closing diplomatic window overshadowed by imminent risk. Israel Hayom also reviews growing speculation over the timing of this possible strike, contrasting alarmist signals from Israeli insiders with market-based forecasts. It highlights how former intelligence chief Amos Yadlin's televised travel warning suggested imminent danger, while polymarket data points instead to late March as the likelier flashpoint. By also contrasting expert warnings with betting market data, the article suggests that market behavior offers a cooler, more data-driven check on heated political rhetoric. In the UK, headlines focused on President Trump's turning against Keir Starmer's Chagos Islands deal, calling it a big mistake and throwing the agreement into doubt. British media framed it as a serious blow to UK-US relationship, especially with Diego Garcia's strategic role amid Iran tensions. The story was widely linked to Trump's hardening stance on security, sovereignty, and also military readiness. The Telegraph argues that Donald Trump has indeed warned Keir Starmer against handing sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius, framing the move as a direct risk to Western security. It centers on Diego Garcia's role as a vital U.S. base for potential strikes on Iran, not historical disputes. The piece portrays Trump's intervention as strategic rather than ideological, stressing deterrence, military readiness, and alliance discipline at a moment of escalating confrontation, when control of hard power matters most globally. The Times examines whether the United States is heading toward war with Iran, arguing that the scale of U.S. military deployments makes conflict increasingly plausible, though not inevitable. It indeed reports that Trump is considering a weeks-long air campaign that could define his presidency, while remaining wary of political and military risks. The piece includes many diagrams. One of them illustrates the concentration of carrier destroyers and submarines already positioned near Iran, also underscoring readiness for sustained operations. Another diagram visually contrasts overwhelming American air and naval power with Iran's reliance on missiles and proxies, highlighting both U.S. dominance and the danger of Iranian retaliation that could escalate the conflict. The Times also reviews why Donald Trump has publicly turned against Keir Starmer's Chagos Islands deal, branding it a strategic error. It argues that Trump's shift is driven less by legal or diplomatic concerns than by hard security calculations and domestic politics. Now, with tensions rising over Iran, control of Diego Garcia, as we've mentioned, has become central to U.S. military planning. The piece also portrays the deal's collapse as a warning that alliance ties under Trump hinge on power, not process. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching The Dailies, only on Al Arabiya English.
Now, cloud computing, storage and related services are a part of our everyday lives. Now, Amazon Web Services, or AWS as the company is more commonly known, is among the biggest and most established players, providing companies with servers and storage to rent over the internet. Well, behind the scenes, several large companies, from food delivery services to OTT platforms, rely on their services. Well, AWS has a large and growing presence in Saudi Arabia and has forged a groundbreaking partnership with the PIF AI company Humane. Well, we're joined now by Tanuja Randari, who is the Managing Director and VP of AWS for the Europe, Middle East and Africa regions. Thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Just to kick things off, could you give us a real-world example of just who a typical client is in Saudi Arabia and what you do for them?
Thanks, Tom. It's great to be here. Absolutely talking with you about what we're doing in Saudi and the region. Look, I think if you're watching Netflix, if you're ordering a ride service, if you're getting pizza delivered to your door or any other wonderful Saudi delicacy, or you're watching sports, you're using in some form or the other the cloud, and in this case AWS in a lot of those examples. But let me give you a one that I'm super passionate about. We're sponsors of esports, the World Cup, and with Amazon and AWS, what we made happen for the esports World Cup viewers is using Amazon Ads. We were really integrating fan engagement. Our Twitch platform allows video streaming of the sport for fans. And then with Alexa, we were doing very cool quizzes and updates. So there's a wide range of services that we bring in the sports arena. And the data and AI really allows our fans to experience the sport in a completely different way. And then in a completely different area, financial services and payments, you will know Jadea, of course, in Saudi, huge payments fintech provider. They are using the AWS cloud platform to modernize the infrastructure and make sure that they're able to be both scalable, secure, more resilient, and available to their customers at all times. So two very different examples of how Saudi is using the cloud.
Okay, so when it comes to AWS and the services you provide in Saudi Arabia, are you seeing some strong demand in certain sectors? I mean, which sectors stand out, would you say?
Well, look, let me maybe step back, because I think the region itself, and you, of course, know this very well, Tom, but the vision of the region is very exciting. Whether you're in Saudi Arabia or the UAE, the desire to be a powerhouse in the space of AI and more broadly the knowledge services economy is very exciting. The other thing we see is the investment is following the vision. So you're actually seeing investment in data centers. You're seeing investment in providing energy and capacity. You're seeing investment in people and the economy across government and businesses. And then finally, what gets us most excited, of course, is the customer adoption that we're seeing. So if you see what's happening, whether you're in the energy sector or media sector or government sector, or by the way, the healthcare sector, the AI adoption we're seeing is very significant. In fact, almost 30% of businesses across Saudi are using the technology in some form or the other. And we're seeing 50% plus saying they want to use the technology, right? So if you bring that all together, the potential for cloud and AI to enable the economy in KSA, but also broadly across the Middle East, is over $700 billion of economic value by 2033, right? So just an incredible set of, I'd say, tailwinds coming together to position the Middle East region, not only for the Middle East, but for a global economy as well. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing absolute adoption across multiple sectors in the Middle East. A very good example is logistics. One that, of course, we spend a lot of time on is Amazon, but Aramex, who you might know, global logistics provider, is also modernizing their infrastructure and moving from an on-premise environment to the cloud environment to take advantage of that scale that you were talking about, the resilience you were talking about, and the security that comes from using the cloud.
Okay, we're going to talk a bit more about artificial intelligence in a minute. But before we do that, I mean, sticking with what AWS does and offers, I mean, you're not alone in this region, are you? And you've clearly got competition. But I wondered what you think gives AWS an edge.
We aren't alone. And by the way, it is good to see a competitive environment, right? Because our customers require choice. Look, what is it about AWS that differentiates us? I think there's three things that I'm going to talk to. One is the scale. We were pioneers of the cloud, Tom, and there is no compression algorithm for experience. We've been at this for about 20 years. We operate at a scale that no one else operates globally. And I think that's super important because with scale comes all of that experience in the way that you operate, the efficiency that you can drive for our customers. So that I think is one. And with that scale comes one of the broadest and deepest platforms in terms of the innovation that we bring to the table. We have over 200 services that we bring to our customer across cloud, compute, storage, data, all of which, by the way, are foundational to being able to leverage AI. And then I think the third thing that I would mention is if you look at all of the software companies around the world that all of our customers require, whether you're talking about SAP or Salesforce on the one hand, or you're talking about Temenos on the other hand, all of these ISVs, or Schlumberger for the energy sector, all of them are running on the AWS infrastructure. So this deep ISV partner ecosystem, combined with our partner ecosystems and the systems integration and consulting space, enables our customers to adopt this technology at scale. And then I guess just back to the point about Humane, we are very deeply committed to working with local partners. And the reason for that is local partners bring a depth of understanding and a nuance about the culture and the way customers use technology and adopt it that completely transforms how quickly we can actually make the magic happen, as we say. So I think those are the reasons that really separate us. We've been investing heavily and at scale in AI infrastructure. And I can easily come on to what we're doing in the Middle East, but we've been in the Middle East for a very long time, deeply committed to the region. We were in Bahrain for quite some time with our data center infrastructure, the UAE, as you know, with our data center infrastructure, and coming soon this year to Saudi, over $5 billion of investment to build our data center and AI infrastructure in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Well, so lots is happening. I mean, you've got this partnership with Humane. You've just mentioned this $5 billion investment in a data center infrastructure in Saudi Arabia. I mean, so much happening, as well as this AI zone as well. Just tell us a bit more about the partnership and why you think it's so significant.
The $5 billion I mentioned earlier was the investment we are making in the actual launch of our region. And by region, I mean our data center infrastructure that will be in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which means our customers can access the cloud locally. Important for data residency, important for low latency and performance. But in addition to that, we also have a joint investment with Humane, the national AI champion of Saudi, and that is to bring, as you said, the first of its kind, actually, AWS AI zone into the kingdom. What is this AWS AI zone? So together, we are going to provide the most powerful AI compute infrastructure. By that, I mean, of course, the infrastructure, which is the chips that power AI services, both training and inferencing. And then in addition to that, we will bring our entire AI stack into a purpose-built Humane data center. And by AI stack, what I mean by that is on top of, obviously, the layer of infrastructure and the chips, which are both NVIDIA and, of course, AWS Trainium, we will provide our services that allow our customers to access the models for training. So Amazon Bedrock is our platform that allows over 100 LLMs, by the way, large language models, available to our customers for training purposes and inferencing purposes behind the Bedrock platform. And then we also provide agentic AI platforms that allow them to deploy agents at scale and additional services that allow them to actually do much better on the software development and coding on the one hand, knowledge management on the other hand, or customer service transformation in terms of the use cases of AI. So all of that AI stack will be powered by Humane's data center locally in Riyadh. And then together, we will take our capabilities to enable our customers to be actually using this technology at scale. So it's a phenomenal partnership. And of course, NVIDIA is very much part of this partnership. You'll have seen at the US Saudi Forum that we announced that we're bringing over 150,000 chips to the region along with NVIDIA and Humane.
Now, Saudi Arabia's got some huge AI ambitions, as we all know, and the kingdom wants to be this global artificial intelligence powerhouse by the year 2030. What you make of this ambition, and where do you see Saudi Arabia on the road towards achieving those goals?
Yeah, look, I started by saying this, the reason we are investing here is because of that incredible vision and desire to innovate. And I tell you what really stands out for me, and I've spent a lot of time in the region over the past couple of years. What stands out for me is this desire to leapfrog. It is not to just follow. And I think that is the differentiator here, right? So of course, they want Saudi Arabia, businesses, governments want to access all of this technology, but they're already thinking about how they can absolutely innovate beyond, right? And I think that's important. The second thing I think will give them absolute ability to be a powerhouse in this space is that whilst they understand the importance of regulation, their regulatory environment is extremely innovation friendly. Right? So we see this, and that's why we're also there, because we can see that the government of Saudi Arabia is really leaning into that vision of a thriving society, a thriving economy, a thriving, the regulatory environment and the investments in energy and data center infrastructure are available. So that combination and that incredible ambition, powered by global partnerships that they lean into, is what I think positions them to be incredibly effective in this journey.
Now, I wanted to ask you about a recent media report from the last couple of days, and it regards redundancies within Amazon and AWS. What can you tell us about that, and which geographies do you think are going to be most affected?
Yeah, no, thanks for raising that. Look, I think as any organization, we're always looking at ways to ensure that we can, simplify the organization, ensure that we are, resetting towards the areas of highest priorities. We are, of course, always sad to see, individuals leave, but at the same time, we are investing in areas that we know will be the powerhouses of tomorrow. And again, coming back to what we were saying here, our investments continue globally as well as in the Middle East to ensure that we can actually enable these customers of ours. We talked earlier about the energy sector. Aramco, ADNOC are incredibly important organizations, and we're investing heavily with them in their AI-powered services. If you look at banking, you've got, Judea, as I mentioned, as a fintech, but then a phenomenal banking environment in the area. In the education sector, with training, it's super important for us to work with universities. By the way, we have a great partnership with a number of universities there as well. So our focus is ensure that our customers, working backwards from what they require, have the innovation that's needed at the point of presence, which is locally as well as globally, and ensure that those are fueled by innovation services and the talent, both of Amazon and AWS, but also local talent to ensure that we can actually enable them in this incredible time. I mean, AI is incredibly transformative, Tom. And when I talked about this incredible, 1.14% of the GDP of MENA, which could be influenced by AI in terms of economic value creation, this is the time for us together to be very, very bold in terms of investing in people, talent, and bringing this agentic transformation into businesses and government.
Okay, so Tanuja, what you're saying is that AI has been a massive game changer for so many sectors and so many companies, including yours. And perhaps therein lies the explanation for revisiting future plans and recruitment requirements as well.
I think it's so important for us at this stage because we don't even know, Tom, what are the businesses of the future that are going to be created. What we do know and what we are very, very committed about is that the impact on society is going to be incredibly positive. We know that right now there is anxiety about this technology, but I think what's very important is to ensure that you're trusting yourselves with a partner that has the global infrastructure and the resilience and security around your data, because data is the key asset here. Really, really important. And the one thing we know what to do with is to ensure data security. Our cloud, our infrastructure is built sovereign by design. It's available locally to you. Only our customers have access to that data and can move that data. And so ensuring that your data is available to your organization so that they can innovate at scale with all of the tools and platforms we bring to the table is what's going to unleash this potential, right, in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East.
Okay, so just to wrap up, Tanuja, you've been in your role now for, I believe, 4 years. I'm just wondering what your overall vision and long-term plan is for the region, in particular for Saudi Arabia.
Well, look, as I said, I have a personal passion for the region. I've spent the last years, Tom, in and out of the region. I live in London, of course, but I'm there a lot. I think all of the work that we're doing, and whether it's Bahrain, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, this level of investment that we're putting in is fueled by our passion for the region. I have a phenomenal team, by the way, there locally. We're expanding that team actually locally as well, investing in them. And combined with our partners, Humane, STC, EAN, by the way, Deloitte, McKinsey, if you think about this incredible ecosystem that Saudi has been able to welcome, I think together, I'm very, very excited about the future. I'm excited for our customers. Our customers tell us they are waiting for our region to launch so that we can be there with them. And I personally could not be more committed to Saudi Arabia.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Tanuja Randuri, Managing Director and VP of the Europe, Middle East, Africa region for AWS. Thank you for your time, madam.
Thank you, Tom, for your time.
Are we living through a period of wrecking ball politics, or rather a time of creative destruction, ushering in a new world order? The Munich Security Conference dominated headlines again this year, with Germany's Chancellor warning of a deep divide between Europe and the US. We'll debate the big takeaways. That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
If you are watching this report on TV or on your mobile phone, you are committing a sin. And if you take part in political activity, as a candidate or as a voter, this is forbidden. And never keep photos of yourself at home or allow anyone to take them. New York, the dazzling city known for its nightlife, its crowded streets, and the Statue of Liberty. In all its modern lifestyle, its urban sophistication, its fast pace of life, architecture, and advanced technology, and yet only about 300 kilometers away from New York, lies the state of Pennsylvania, which is home to the largest Amish community in the world, a religious group that has voluntarily given up modern freedoms and abandoned contemporary technology in order to preserve their traditional way of living. Our team boarded a train from New York to Pennsylvania on a special mission to learn more about this group in a journey that felt like stepping into a time machine. This Christian community stands as a clear example of people who willingly hold on to their old beliefs, choosing freely to remain committed to a way of life built on traditional farming and handcrafted work. They continue to follow these long-standing practices with intention and devotion, quietly setting aside the modern developments and technological changes that surround them in the world today. But how far can a community cling to the past in a world ruled by technology? Pastor Gregory welcomes us into his church to share his experience living among the Amish and how their beliefs differ from the Protestant Christianity followed by most Americans.
They're just people that are living like in another time frame. Most people, we go with the flow. When cars came along, we gave up our horses. When cell phones came along, we gave up our landlines. We just go with all the technology, but they have held back on that on purpose, I think because they want to have a slower lifestyle, more thoughtful lifestyle, more contemplative, and not be influenced by the things that go with these advances. It's a mixed bag. There's blessings in the technology, but there's also some dangers as well, and they try to stay away from that.
The Amish believe that good deeds in this life lead to salvation in the next. Unlike most Christian churches, baptism is not done at birth, but at the age of 18. At that age, one chooses whether to remain with the Amish community and be baptized, or leave it with no ties.
Well, I was born Amish till I was 5, and then my parents changed to the Mennonite church. Playing with cousins wasn't a problem at all. Children get along with children. But when you get into adults, especially my grandparents, they were really strict, staunch Amish. We didn't eat at the same table with them. I remember one time we had one big table, but they put a divider down the middle. Mom and Dad sat over here, and then the rest of them. What I do now is just respect their way of life.
The people are generally very personable. They don't like their pictures taken, but they will be willing to talk to you. A man named Sam Stoltzfus. He lives here in Gordonville, Lancaster County, next to the church where I pastor. But this man is a resident historian for Gordonville. He's written Lancaster County Amish History is one of them. And he recently, well, I think it was 2016, he said, he took a trip to Germany. And he has pictures, and it's like a travel log of his experience in going to Germany. So things don't get collected. People give these notes, or I write notes, and I put the envelopes in.
Pastor Gregory arranged for us to meet his Amish friend, the historian Samuel, who agreed to speak only if his face was not shown, as photography conflicts with Amish beliefs against portraying humans.
We don't believe in having our photographs taken because of the graven image. 10 Commandments, second commandment. We have 350,000 Amish people in North America. They're scattered all the way from Montana to Delaware to Virginia or New York State. There's Amish people in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi. Then there's also Beachy Amish. They don't drive cars, but they have tractors. Almost 40,000 Amish people in Lancaster County.
The Amish are known for their distinct appearance. Men grow beards but shave the mustache, and women cover their hair and dress modestly.
We always wear plain clothes, plain suits, plain shirts. Now, we don't always make our own clothing. We buy some. You can buy some tailor-made. And the dresses, the girls wear white before they're married. Organdy, we call it. Then when they get married, then they wear colored dresses. The white dress, when you get married, is laid back, and that's their funeral garb. Or when a lady gets to be 35 and not married, then she'll switch over to colored dress.
The Amish trace their origins to the 17th century, when a Swiss spiritual leader named Jacob Ammon founded the movement, aiming to return the church to its original teachings and old religious traditions, believing the Mennonite church had strayed from them. Ammon also wanted a simple, humble lifestyle aligned with the teachings of the Bible.
The Amish people came here in the 1700s to Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, at the same time that many other people were coming, Christians who were experiencing persecution in Europe. William Penn and others had purchased land here and made land available for them to come, where they would have religious freedom, freedom to teach their children, have their own schools, and live like that. Many of them were farmers and stayed to be farmers throughout most of their life and throughout the history of Lancaster County.
They all came from Germany and Switzerland, Europe, and they all taught Pennsylvania Dutch. And that's English and German and Dutch together. So that's why they taught Pennsylvania Dutch.
It's very interesting how at that time, back in the 1700s, that the communication got from America to Europe that, oh, there's freedom here, and why don't you come and live here? But many of them did, and records exist of boatloads of immigrants coming from Europe to America, arriving in Philadelphia, moving westward as land became available.
We've been keeping that pretty well. Our church services are in Pennsylvania Dutch and German. Always in Pennsylvania Dutch and 50% German. Our scriptures are in German. Our communion services are in German. So it's just something we've always kept.
The Amish prefer to have their children schooled in their own private schools, and that is permitted here in Pennsylvania. Usually their students go to about the 8th grade, do not go to further higher education. Some of them might continue into high school.
We've seen this from day one. We started our own schools in 1928 because the sports were taken over and they wanted the Amish to go to high schools, and we didn't feel that was very necessary. Well, we have to go to school till we're 15. In 1956, that was a big issue. Finally, they got together on how they were going to do this, and now they have a 14-year-old school. After you're through the 8th grade, you go to 1 year to that until you're 15. And then they teach German, farm economics, and things like that. The ladies will learn cooking, housekeeping, which they have anyway. They knew it anyway.
Nowadays, the ministry taught more English than High German. It makes it easier for everybody. But they still use a lot of German too.
Amish girl will go to Amish school, and when she gets out of school, she can be a helper when she's 15 or 16. If she's a helper for a year or two, she has the groundwork to be a teacher. They don't all make it, but 90% of them do. They do a good job.
Their schools are usually taught by a younger single lady, and they do have a training, although it's very short, a training program for their teachers. And when they get to the point that they might marry, she should no longer continue teaching, because if she's married, she should be living at home, taking care of her children.
The Amish face many challenges, including the high cost of land, which pushes many away from farming toward working in shops. Here in the central market, young men and women sell their local products, attracting visitors from all around.
I grew up in Lancaster. I think the market's such a great part of our history. It's actually the oldest, largest continuously operating market in the country. So that's like a really cool thing.
The Amish today work with other people. They participate in community activities, especially with local fire companies. All of our fire companies are volunteer. The Amish have lovely farms, and they have farm buildings, barns, and they need protection, and so they cooperate with other people in the community as well.
Here's a fire company. The Amish help a lot at the fire company.
Some people confuse the Amish with the Mennonites, as both share European roots and have similar beliefs. They are essentially spiritual cousins.
I'm not Amish, we're Mennonite. We're not quite as strict. We all have electricity and telephones, but we don't have cell phones and no computers. And we don't have the beards, and the dress is a little different. We all drive horse and buggy too. Now there's some Mennonites that drive cars. There's a lot of different groups of Mennonites.
We always work together with the Mennonites. So if it goes to the worst, it comes to bat, sometimes those people will step up for us, which gives you a good feeling. We do a lot of comforts for MCC. It's sort of a quick put together blanket, quilt, Ukraine, Jerusalem. They send a lot of stuff over to those cities. People don't have enough to eat or have enough to wear.
The Amish maintain strong social and economic ties, especially with the Mennonites. The Amish refer to anyone outside their community as outsiders, regardless of background.
It's a mix. They'll use our services as English people. They will use our technology, our transportation when they need to, but they rely upon themselves mainly for their day-to-day living in their home life. Some of them actually have vehicles, but not for their own purpose. They use it for business purposes. I work for a a hardscape company up in New Holland where the owner had 3 big diesel trucks. He had cell phones, he had office computer equipment and so forth, but he himself would have to be transported by a driver to get to the job locations to give the estimates and then to check up on the work.
Amish buggies differ in shapes and types and uses. There are summer buggies, winter buggies, family wagons, cargo wagons, and more. Power companies used to show us some of his personal buggies.
Go through the there's blinking lights, so headlights. This is actually my buggy here. I use this quite a bit in the summer. Their head and base. Helps a little for the rain too. You look around more and gets you a good ride.
We believe in using horses and on the road and in the field, because if we would start buying cars and buying tractors, we would go way too fast. Our young folks, when they get 16, we get them a horse and a buggy, and that's the way they travel.
Amish like to stay as a community. They have very strong families, and so they don't drive cars because that would take them away from their family and away from the community, perhaps into a city where there might be other influences that might not be to the benefit of their families. And they've kept using horsepower for their farm work as well. And so you'll see horses out in the field pulling plows and different kinds of equipment all the way.
Packing up the dreams God planted in the fertile soil of you. Can't believe
it can add up to the price of a car when you have a horse and buggy together. They have different upholstery. He said they can have seating, front row seat, you have a back row seat. So the single guys, he was just going to have a front row seat. He didn't need a back row because he wasn't married.
But we'll keep you close as always. It won't even see you go.
The buggies all have halogen bulbs now. In the last 20 years, they got much brighter. The headlights and the tail lights, so you can see them. And the boys that ride scooter, I meet a bunch of them going to work, 5 or 6 of them going to work in the morning. And they have a light they put on their hat so they could see, and then they have a flashing light in the back for safety.
Among the Amish, forgiveness and rejection of violence are core values, to the extent that they do not join the army. Even so, their punishment is harsh for those who break their rules. For example, if members violate Amish church guidelines and refuse to confess or leave the group, they face expulsion. which in their community is called shunning, as happened with the Miller family.
They keep their horse feed in here.
You go into an Amish-owned store to buy something, they won't take money from you. You have to lay it on the counter, and they'll pick it up. They won't take it out of your hands. They'll ride in a car with ex-Amish, but you're not allowed to drive. They can't. I have to drive because I was never baptized in the church like my parents were. So it gets a little touchy, I guess.
We'll keep the love that keeps us strong, and friends of friends forever. If the Lord's the Lord of them, and a friend will not say never, 'cause the welcome will not end.
They have mud sales every year, and they could have $5 million coming in. They sell everything imaginable, household quilts and farm equipment, and they sell horses some places, and quilts could bring over $1,000 for quilts and auction them off. But because it's a fundraiser for the fire company, they don't mind paying twice as much as what you would maybe buy it at a store. You might get 5,000 people showing up at the sale, English and Amish. They go together, and Mennonites, and sell buggies and horses.
And we got the Wilbur.
Mud auctions, as they are called among the Amish, are one of the major traditional events in their culture. These auctions are held every spring with many community members and neighboring groups participating. They sell many items including handmade furniture, farm equipment, horse-drawn wagons and local foods. This event is a chance to raise donations and also a special social occasion where Amish people and visitors meet to enjoy the auction and exchange stories and experiences.
A harder life, riding a bicycle, pushing a scooter, which would use one foot on the platform, and the other foot they use to push. I mean, it's a lot harder. It's slower. It's a slower life. I said to one Amish lady, you know, you're kind of away from the world, kind of a thing. But she said, you know, but we're still tempted. We're still tempted. We're still, you know, it's part of life. Not that all of it's bad, but it has its influence. It changes things. So I think as long as they're able to maintain their independence to some degree, they'll be fine.
You on my side, Ben, or not? 22, not 5. And now 22, 22, 5 and 9. So $22 straight down the middle. Number 100. Number 100. 22, 5 and 9. So $22 left side.
The Amish are a very important part of Lancaster County culture. They contribute in many ways to our history and our culture now today. We like having the Amish in Lancaster County.
They are people that add to this area and make it unique. And if we lost the Amish, Lancaster County would be just like anywhere else.
But in this case, from birth, the announcement was made that Jesus is a Savior, a deliverer. In fact, his very name means salvation, means Savior. They shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sin.
For many, this community misses out on much of life's pleasures, but as the Amish say, sometimes the simplest things in life are the best.
Dr. Muhammad, it's so good to have you with us. My first question to you is, what does Kevin Warsh becoming the next Fed governor mean for you, for the markets, and for the independence of the Federal Reserve?
Thank you for having me. I think it is very good news
across the board, because Kevin is someone with a tremendous amount of experience. He was a governor of the Fed at a very important time. He has significant expertise in economics and in markets. He communicates extremely well, and he understands that you need to modernize the functioning of the Federal Reserve. So he is very good news in terms of putting this institution that's so critical, not just to the US well-being, but to the global well-being, in the hands of someone with experience, expertise, and an understanding of what needs to be done. For the market in the short term, in the very short term, he will be viewed as less dovish than the alternatives that were mentioned. So as the rumors started going that he was the front runner and he's likely to be nominated, you saw the dollar strengthen, you saw interest rates go up a little bit. And that is a relative statement, because people also thought it could be some of the others who are seen to be much more dovish. Finally, what does it mean for the independence of the central bank? It means an ability to reinforce the independence. You know, independence requires accountability. And accountability for your mistakes, accountability for being able to take a view of the future and not being just data dependent. And Kevin Walsh fundamentally understands that. So I think that as he reforms the Fed, there will be less of an inclination to try to reform it from outside, which is what has happened in the last year.
The strength of the dollar that we have seen, is this a trend? Because we all know that the dollar weakness was the main theme that we saw last year. Since President Trump became president in his second term, we have seen a 10% drop in the dollar. So are you worried about the weakness that we are seeing in the dollar?
I think that there's a good chance that over time the dollar will be range bound. But if it breaks the range, it's more likely to go weaker than stronger. And there's two main reasons for that. One is that this US administration doesn't mind a weaker dollar. You heard President Trump. He sees that as increasing competitiveness of US industry, and you see it as also attracting more inflows into the US. And the second reason is that some parts of the rest of the world, particularly in Asia, feel they are overweight the US, overweight the dollar. So you've seen them buying gold, seeking to diversify. So if we break the range, it's more likely to be to the weaker dollar than the stronger dollar.
And the weakness in the dollar, it's mainly one of the reasons is because, as you have mentioned, investors are selling the dollar and buying gold, and we are talking here about institutional investors in addition to central banks. We have seen volatility in gold prices, unprecedented volatility, and we have seen unprecedented gains in gold prices. Where are you seeing gold prices heading?
So, you know, a year ago, I remember being asked, where do you see gold prices heading in 2025? And I said 5,000. And people thought that was silly. And as it turned out, we didn't get to 5,000 until January of 2026. So why? Because of what you mentioned. First, central bankers in Asia in particular had become regular buyers of dollar, month after month after month. Secondly, institutional investors have much more interest now in gold, which is viewed as a safe haven, a better safe haven than bonds. And then finally, speculators, when they see institutional buyers, be them investors or central bank, they will buy gold. So this is what got us to these levels. From here, it will be a much more volatile journey. We will see gold prices swing quite a bit, but it would not surprise me if we get to 6,000 in 2026.
But do you think central banks will continue to buy dollars at these to buy gold, at these record levels?
Yes, I do. These are what are called non-commercial purchases. They are being bought not to make money, but to meet another objective. And in this case, it is to reduce the holdings of dollar and to introduce a new risk mitigator. So yes, they will continue buying. They may buy a slightly slower pace and then a faster pace, but there will be net buyers going forward.
How about silver? Silver has been. Is it actually a safe haven for the dollar? How do you explain this rise in silver? Because we know silver was also. We have seen funds going to silver, but at the same time, there's an industrial use for the silver. So should we be worried about a deep correction in silver prices?
So a deep correction is possible in both gold and silver, but my sense is that it will be reversed if it happens. Silver is a derivative trade of gold right now. People look at silver, they think it's cheaper because of the way people think, $100 versus $5,000. That's just a behavioral thing. And they think of it as being the turbocharge bet on gold. And that's why it has had an even more extraordinary increase. So yeah, it will trade with gold, but with a much higher volatility than gold.
Deep correction of gold, even if central banks you're predicting central banks to keep on buying?
It is possible because there's so many speculators in the trade right now. You know, when you get asked, there's this famous thing that when your taxi driver starts asking about an asset, be it Bitcoin, be it something else, you know, the .coms, it's become too popular, and you have to be careful on that.
Doctor, one thing also we're watching is what's happening in the bonds market, especially Japan. Yields are at all-time high. There's a bit of worry about that, especially that we have trillions of dollars of Japanese capital invested abroad. So are you worried that this capital will come back to Japan and that will affect asset prices outside of Japan?
That is certainly a concern, and at some point earlier in January, the sell-off in bonds seemed disorderly. And that's when you start worrying on that, because when you cannot sell what you want to sell, you sell what you can sell. So suddenly you start selling other assets. So the concern is, as you absolutely correct in saying, is that Japanese are very large holders of foreign assets. And they may need to sell their assets because of what's happening in the Japanese bond market. I think the bigger point, and I keep on mentioning this, is that in the old days, the bond market would attack emerging economies. Argentina, Brazil, Thailand. In the last 3 years, we've seen the bond market get impatient with the UK, with France, and with Japan. That's 3 of the 7 G7 countries. And I think that that's the reality, that now no country is immune to the bond market feeling impatient.
Are you worried of any crisis that we might see because of that? Is there a risk of any crisis, a debt crisis in 2026?
Crisis is a strong word. Is there a risk that the bond market loses patience with all that is being asked to fund? Is being asked to fund hyperscalers, tremendous demand for capital to build data centers, is being asked to fund very large government deficits in most advanced economy. Corporate, household, is there a chance that it will lose patience? Yes. Do I think we get anything like 2008? No. So we will get market volatility, we'll get more fragmentation, but I do not believe we'll get a 2008 crisis.
Doctor, today, when equities are at all-time high, in different geographies, in different markets, when metals are at all-time high, where should someone invest right now?
So I get asked that question all the time. I get people who stop me in airports, literally stop me in airports, and say, should I do this? And I say, first, I don't know what your objective is. Is it a short-term objective? Is it a long-term objective? I don't know. Secondly, I don't know what your risk tolerance is, because the worst thing that happens to investors is that they panic. When prices go down, even of good assets, they sell them on that. So I don't know what your risk is, and I don't know what else you own. So I tell them a few principles. First, do not rely on stock markets for your next 6 months, okay? Because they are volatile, and we are, like you said, all-time highs. And we may get a correction, and you don't want to be forced to sell. Second, ask your question ask yourself the question which is very difficult to ask. Not what could be my mistake, what could be my unrecoverable mistake, non-recoverable mistake. I think if people ask that question, they would probably reduce at the margin their holding of equities. And they would probably go more in cash, wait to see how all these uncertainties play out. Because right now, as you say, we are at very high valuations.
But even there's a question about the fiat currencies, and there's less confidence in fiat currencies, and holding cash can make you actually lose money. So why would they hold cash right now?
So cash is a risk mitigator. Is it a perfect risk mitigator? No. And that's why a lot of people have been buying gold. They see that as a bet. But relative to equities, it is a risk mitigator. And what one realizes is that one is forced to live in a relative world, not an absolute. So let's take the dollar. The dollar is a reserve currency. Are people as comfortable with the dollar as they were before? No. But where else are you going to go? Are you going to go to the euro? No. The European economy is not where the US economy is. The US economy is stronger. Will you go to the Chinese currency? No, it's not fully convertible. So when it solves in this world of relative space, people either slowly diversify away or say, you know what, it may not be perfect, but it's good. I take the example, suppose you're on a business trip, and suppose your trip gets extended for one day, and you cannot go to the laundry. You will wear your cleanest dirty blouse. I will wear my cleanest dirty shirt. And cash, and particularly dollar cash, is your cleanest dirty shirt. It's not pristine, but it's cleaner than anything else in the closet when it comes to currencies.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fuhrman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Are we living through a period of wrecking ball politics, or rather a time of creative destruction, ushering in a new world order? The Munich Security Conference dominated headlines again this year, with Germany's Chancellor warning of a deep divide between Europe and the US. We'll debate the big takeaways here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. European leaders would have arrived in Munich over the weekend with a sense of dread. Who can forget this from US Vice President last year?
If you're running in fear of your own voters, there is nothing America can do for you. Nor, for that matter, is there anything that you can do for the American people who elected me and elected President Trump.
For many, that speech was a stab in the back, and the wounds still haven't healed. The US representative this year, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, certainly adopted a softer tone, But warnings of Europe's civilizational erasure and political decline remained.
We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage.
The German Chancellor didn't mince his words. He said, the world order as we know it no longer exists.
In the era of great power rivalry, even the United States will not be powerful enough to go it alone.
So on this episode, we'll debate if Chancellor Merz is right. Is the old world order finished? If the US is interested in repairing transatlantic trust, and what the other great power, China, will take away from all this infighting. Joining us for this discussion is Nadia Shadlow, a former Deputy US National Security Advisor and currently Senior Fellow at the Hudson Institute. Sir Michael Fallon is with us, former British Secretary of State for Defence. And rounding out the panel is retired Commodore Chitrapu Uday Bhaskar, Director of the Society for Policy Studies, an independent think tank based in New Delhi. Welcome to all of you, and thanks for being here on Counterpoints. Well, it felt like we were all sort of going into this year's Munich Security Conference waiting for the other shoe to drop. Everyone sort of had this nervous patience to see if the US was going to repeat last year's lambasting of the EU and double down on what the Trump administration has called the civilizational erasure of Europe. Well, Marco Rubio's speech wasn't as much of a bombshell as J.D. Vance's the year before, but some traditional allies are still cautious. Germany's Chancellor went as far as to say a deep divide has opened between Europe and the US. Nadia, let's start with you. Is the German Chancellor right when he said at the conference the old world order is finished? And if it is finished, is that a good or a bad thing?
He's right in that elements of the old world order are finished, but I would characterize it more as an opportunity for renewal and reordering. It's a renewal and a reordering of a different set of arrangements to achieve better outcomes. So that sounds a bit policy wonky, but what I mean by that is that if we look at the outcomes that the international community wants, the so-called international community wants, the US and its allies and partners, the existing global order has actually been pretty mixed about delivering those outcomes. And I'm happy to sort of go into that later, prove the points, hear my fellow panelists' view. But the Chancellor is right in that we're seeing a different type of order emerge, and I think that's a good thing.
So, Michael, what do you think? Do you agree with Nadia that maybe this reordering is underway and that it is a good thing?
Well, first of all, I agree with her. It is underway. Clearly, it's underway. We're seeing a more assertive China, a more assertive Russia. We're seeing America responding to that quite reasonably. And clearly, we're a long way away from where we were, say, 20, 25 years ago, when the wall came down and we thought all these countries would become members of the WTO and be liberal democracies happily trading with each other. We're a long way away from that now. But I don't agree with the Chancellor that this is a great divide. I think we're going to see a reset, and we're going to slowly get both sides, I think, to understand each other a bit better. We have to understand in Europe that America has other priorities. It's got stuff closer to home, like Cuba and Venezuela and so on, and perfectly entitled to give more prioritization to its own homeland. But we've also got to persuade the Americans that they too have an interest in a strong alliance in Europe and indeed in working with allies. The interception of the tanker out in the North Atlantic wouldn't have been possible or practical without specific help, for example, from the United Kingdom. So I think we're going to reset, and I hope into a more mutual understanding that we need to work together on this new assertiveness, particularly the assertiveness of Russia and China.
We're going to
completely agree with with Sir Michael on that in terms of it not being a divide. We're working through differences of opinion on certain issues, but the fundamentals are still there.
They are still there, and I think, if I may say so, language, of course, is important, but I felt last year there was an awful lot of what we call pearl clutching when Vice President Vance made his remarks. And I think we got overexcited by that. If you look at what Rubio has said last week, if you look at what Elbridge Colby has said in Brussels a couple of days before, this was, these were tough, assertive speeches, and we need to analyse them, and we need to see how we can work with them.
Retired Commodore Chitrapu, what do you make of this? Do you see it as a great divide? Do you see it as maybe a necessary reordering? How do you assess what we're seeing in the wake of the Munich Security Conference?
My interpretation would be that what we are seeing is more of a transmutation. Your opening sort of observation about the current global strategic framework. Has it been transformed? Has there been a complete breakdown? I would qualify this as a case of transmutation as opposed to transformation. And the reason I say that is to agree with what Professor Nadia just said, that the critical fundamentals are in place, which is that the United States and, quote unquote, the Western alliance, which is currently bewildered because of what is happening in the White House and what President Trump has said and his officials when they have come to Munich, the Vice President Vance last year and the Secretary of State this year. My take is that the EU and the European Union, as it were, is bewildered. But the reason why the fundamentals are in place is that for the United States and the West, Russia and China still pose a strategic challenge. How they'll deal with it, I think, is not very clear. So which is why I'd like to suggest that it is a transmutation. It's a certain state of flux. We don't know the end state as yet. And perhaps in Munich, we saw a bit of that. I just heard Sir Michael talking about, say, for instance, the UK view or what the German Chancellor said. And I think, some of the speeches, if you pass them carefully, you see the United States making it very clear that the Americans are basically European, that there is a whole heritage issue there. And from the United States, I think there is a kind of a feeler not to repeat what happened last year when the Vice President, as you said, lambasted the European Union.
There was certainly a lot of pearl clutching, as Sir Michael described it. I mean, I feel like 12 months on, we're still feeling those ripples.
But what we are seeing, Nadia, Melinda, I want to finish this point saying that perhaps what we are seeing is the normalization of deviance. Now, there is chapter and verse about this particular formulation about deviant behavior and deviance as applied both in sociology and in international relations. And to my mind, as a security analyst, I think what we are seeing is the United States, which is lowering the median of deviant behavior, deviant conduct of policy, from what the world was familiar with post-World War II. I mean, that's the way I'd frame it.
Nadia, I know you want to jump in on that. Are we seeing the normalization of deviance?
No, absolutely not. We are seeing a pushback against, so with due respect, Commodore, I disagree, but that's what makes these programs fun. I think we are seeing a clash between two operating systems, between two approaches, between a global approach that has predominated and grown stronger and stronger since 1945, and a shift toward a state-centric approach. We are seeing a clash of two ways of doing business, so to speak, of two ways of solving problems, two ways of thinking about what's the best way to solve problems. I don't think a state-anchored approach is a deviant approach. I think it's actually always been it's been a part of international politics since the very beginning of the Westphalian system of the nation state. And we're seeing a tension between the two with President Trump and many others too, unabashedly saying we need to begin from the state level and from solving problems at the state level. And this is part of the reason, actually, we're seeing these tensions with our European allies and other friends around the world. Europe is exhibiting this tension itself. Is the EU the right approach to solving problems and to dealing with many of the issues that Europe's facing? Or does power need to shift back toward the state? This is part of the give and take of the politics of Europe today. Populism, new political parties pushing back. So I think it's a really legitimate debate, and one that we're still having.
Yes, and I think
it's unfolding, shall I say? It's unfolding now, and we're going to see where it goes over the next year. But it is an active, ongoing debate that is, I would not characterize as deviant. I would characterize it as an alternative to the current system.
Mm-hmm. Commodore, I want you to respond to what Nadia has given commentary on, and then Sir Michael will bring you in after that.
Well, very briefly, I think I would like to respond to Professor Nadia, what she said. Professor Nadia, Secretary Nadia, whatever, right, title. But, when I use the word deviant and deviance, I was talking about the principles that underpinned what we understood as the rule-based international order post-World War II, where the United States was seen as the leader of the West, the leader of the liberal democratic values, and everything that was seen as quote-unquote good in relation to Moscow, the former Soviet Union, and what was seen as the containment of communism, authoritarianism, and all the principles that were deemed to be negative. It's in that context I'm making a broader point that the normalization of deviance or deviant behavior by states, I'm with you about state-centric approach in international relations. I don't see that as a deviation. My reference to deviance and deviation is that if you look at the last few years, I would make the case that from Gaza, the invasion of Ukraine, and even the Epstein files and that whole rather unsavory episode, which is now churning the world, United States in particular and parts of Europe, to my mind is a representation of the normalization of deviance. Gaza for sure. I mean, what happened in Gaza, which was being accepted, as normal, to me as an analyst, was the normalization of deviance. Ditto for Ukraine. Russia invades Ukraine and what followed after that. And at a sociological level, a socio-political level, I think this very unsavory episode of the Epstein files and all the luminaries who have been incriminated, or at least as questions being cast on them, to my mind, again, is a representation of the normalization of deviance. But I'll rest my case there. I'm sure Sir Michael would.
Okay, yeah. So, Michael, jump in there and then we'll hand it back to you, Nadia.
Yeah, sure. I don't agree with that, I'm afraid, because, when you talk about deviant behavior in the United States, has intervened to try and bring Iran to heel, has tried to bring about and is bringing about a peace settlement in Gaza between the Palestinians and the Israelis. And where it can, the United States has not withdrawn. On the contrary, it is still trying to uphold some of these principles that you think it's deviated from. But I want to go back to, this bigger point about the European reaction and what I call the pearl clutching. I think it is because the United States has pointed out that upholding a rules-based order imposes obligations on all of us, and that for far too long, America has been carrying an awful lot of the international democratic order. And the reason I think these speeches have hit home and have hurt home in Europe is because they're revealing a truth. 80 years after the end of the Second World War, we still have 80,000 American soldiers guarding our freedom on the eastern frontier of NATO. When are the Spanish going to turn up? When are the Belgians going to turn up? What is happening now, I think, is the Americans are saying quite reasonably, we have our own priorities nearer the homeland. You have long pledged to increase your defence spending, and it's time you did that and ceased to rely on some of these capabilities that you've not bothered to provide for yourselves.
Nadia, what do you say to that? And has the US-led world order been a success, or has it been too successful that now everyone's taking it for granted? Has it been a failure, and that's why the US is pivoting away?
It's been mixed. President Trump and his team now at the White House and in the first Trump administration argued, and I think quite persuasively, that elements of that order were not advantageous to the United States. They focused on the areas in which the U.S. had been harmed or disadvantaged, whether it was global trade, whether it was as Sir Michael pointed out, providing more for our allies and partners in terms of outright numbers, defense spending numbers. So they sought to correct that. And I think the correction now provides us with an opportunity to create a stronger set of cooperative arrangements between the United States, its allies and partners by focusing, as I mentioned, on outcomes. I have a piece coming out this week in Foreign Affairs in which I sort of prove these points, I think, more with more detail and data, that if you look at the outcomes that this global order sought to achieve, climate being a key one, which I think is probably of interest to your audience, but also development goals, migration, non-proliferation, it has not done that well. It has, in some cases, outright failed. Climate outcomes are fundamentally no better than they were 25 to 30 years ago in terms of emissions by the UN's own standards. Development outcomes have not achieved what the UN has been saying for decades and decades and decades. These are hurting, especially in the development realm, hurting the people that could most benefit. So looking at new approaches and measuring outcomes, I think is really, we could challenge ourselves to do that in a way. It's easier to focus on processes, right? Everyone likes to focus on process, but let's focus on the outcomes we want and then working backwards. And I think that's going to be the real strength of democracies working together to achieve better outcomes.
So, Michael,
can I come in on two points?
Please.
One, I think what Sir Michael just said about the United States and the way it has conducted its policy to suggest that what President Trump has done is a continuation of what the United States did in the past, to my mind again, is extremely generous to the current Trump policies. And the example I'd like to cite is that after 9/11, September 2001, when the United States was attacked by a terrorist group, the way in which the US responded was that it was able to persuade the global community that it needed to act in a certain manner, and which is why we had the US bombing of Afghanistan and whatever followed in the global war on terror. Now, that is very different from the unilateral action that President Trump has taken and accorded unto himself, that he will be the judge, jury, and the executioner, as it were, when it came to the Middle East, or what we refer to as West Asia. Yes, Hamas, October 7, was absolutely tragic, dreadful, to be deplored, to be condemned. But why I come back to deviance and deviant behavior is that if the United States endorsed, tacitly or otherwise, what happened in Gaza, to me, as an outsider, as an analyst, it is lowering the bar of rectitude of how a country like the United States, which was always held up as being a global leader, had conducted itself. Now you can add what happened to a president who was abducted. And there were various other instances where the US just unilaterally decided that it would act, for instance, against Iran. So that is what I mean by deviance and deviant behavior. This is not a moral judgment. I mean, we are often told that big powers will do whatever they want to do, whatever they wish to do, and all the lower and smaller powers will accordingly trim their sails and accommodate and come to terms with that. But so we are looking at a new medium. That's one. And I want to come back to climate if there's time, Melinda, but if I should wait, I'll wait my turn.
Let's put a pin in that for the moment, and we'll come back to it, because I want to make sure we get across another couple of topics as well. Before I move us on to being a bit more centred on Europe's relationship with the US, so Michael, I just want to ask you, before we do move on, what do you make of that idea that perhaps this is creative destruction, as we saw referenced in a report from the Security Conference? Is it maybe needed that we kind of do things differently, whether they be good or bad, as the Commodore there was saying, not the way we would expect the US to comport itself, but is this creative destruction?
Well, I think Gaza is an unfortunate, example to choose. I don't think it would have been possible for the Americans to have intervened on the Israeli response to what was a terrorist outrage of a scale that they themselves had suffered in 9/11. And they'd have been pretty cross if anybody else had tried to prevent them dealing with 9/11. So I don't think that's a particularly good example to choose. I think there are better examples. The Allies have come alongside America in toughening up the sanctions on Iran, indeed being party to the bombing of the nuclear facilities in Iran. That was very important. Sitting alongside American ships in the Strait of Hormuz, helping the Americans police sanctions on oil tankers. These are current examples of where the Allies have been working together. When you look through the rhetoric. But in terms of your very direct question, there is certainly an awful lot for the Europeans to be doing, and they've been promising to do it for a very long time. And if you may recall von der Leyen's speech in Munich, where she said we've got to get going and replace our dependence on American enablers, the air-to-air refueling, the missile systems, the heavy lift, and the stuff that we always need the Americans to help us on. Well, why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we getting European companies to cooperate on that? We're notoriously bad at that. We're not just underspending. Our forces are undernumbered. They're underpowered at the moment, and they don't claim a rightful place alongside the Americans in the Western alliance. So we have much to do as a result.
I want to pick up on that and open up this next chapter of our debate into more of a focus on the US-European relationship, because this was the first major gathering of world leaders since President Trump openly threatened Greenland's sovereignty. Leading into this year's event, the conference chairman said allies were less certain they could rely on the United States. And a major report released by the conference organisers said US wrecking ball politics, and I quote there, was threatening established principles of cooperation. Nadia, during the conference, the French President Emmanuel Macron said Europe must be prepared for independence from the US. Do you think the US is interested in repairing its transatlantic trust, or has that ship sailed and the US has now firmly put its attentions elsewhere?
I think Secretary Rubio's speech made it clear that we are firmly entrenched in Europe and that the relationship is an entrenched one and an important one and a central one. And the key parts of the national security strategy, the national defense strategy reinforce that. There's a lot of attention to this pivot, but both strategies articulate a concept of balance of power, regional balances of power, and Europe is central in both documents. Because there's more attention paid to the Western Hemisphere doesn't mean it diminishes the role of Europe, I think. And I think this is something also that Bridge Colby reiterated. So I think now, as Sir Michael pointed out, we need to basically move toward the nuts and bolts of doing that, of reinvigorating the defense relationship in a meaningful way, increasing Europe's capabilities. I think it would be a dramatic mistake to go independent. I'm not sure what that means. Europe needs, it would be a mistake to deplete NATO at the expense, that would hurt, in my view, the transatlantic relationship. Europe should work through NATO, where these defense capabilities have been built for decades, and strengthen its pillar within NATO. I personally think it's a mistake to focus on the European Union for European defense capabilities. I think NATO is the better way to go to continue to cement that transatlantic relationship. And just one quick point on U.S. actions and the previous discussion. I think it's always been consistent that protecting our national security, and I think this is the view of many states, first and foremost should come from the United States. That actions to do that should not be beholden to the international community. That in an ideal world, you want that dialogue, but in the end, if the U.S. thinks it's in its benefit to take action, I think that that's sort of the norm, and that's the way national security works.
Well,
doesn't mean you don't need allies and partners, but it means if the broader community doesn't agree, you're still beholden to what you believe is your national security in your best national security, and you should have the capabilities to protect that. And I think that's how the current White House sees things.
Mm-hmm. So, Mike.
Well, I agree with most of that. I mean, I think, of course, the rhetoric that Trump has used about, he could even use force with Greenland, I think we have to discount a lot of that. It's perfectly right that if America believes it's in its national security to negotiate bigger bases or more mineral rights or even some leasing arrangement for parts of Greenland, sure, it's nearer to its homeland than we are in in our part of Europe, and therefore that's something that certainly should be considered. Where I slightly differ from Elbridge Colby, and I've said this to him when he's been in London, is that I think the Americans also need to understand that these conflicts we're in at the moment are all interlinked. There are Chinese and North Koreans involvement in Ukraine at the moment. There are Iranian weapons over there. The Hamas leaders have been to Moscow. These conflicts right across the world are increasingly interlinked, and therefore it is in America's interest, that we do still have a strong Atlantic alliance and a strong European part of NATO that can help share this burden and actually free up the Americans to deal with stuff closer to home.
Mm-hmm.
I agree, which is why I think President Macron, I think speaking of European independence strikes me as not advantageous to the transatlantic alliance.
No, well, we've had the community, is whatever it is, it's 70 years old now. We've had years in the Union to get together, to get our European companies together, to properly cooperate on the kind of military hardware that's so important to defend a continent. And we failed to do that. And there's a latest hiccup over the French-German new fighter jet it's just one example of that. We're proceeding in Britain with an alliance with the Italians, and we'll see whether the others join in. But the honest truth is Europe isn't very good at this, and we haven't been good, at responding in a European way to the threats that are here on our continent. It's our continent that's been invaded. It's not the United States of America, and really we should have risen to it. We promised, by the way, back at the summit in 2014 to spend 2%. It took nearly 10 years before NATO did spend 2%. We're still not spending at the new target. We're nowhere near it. The countries on the eastern frontier, like Poland and the Baltics, they've risen to it. They are spending more. But the rest of Western Europe needs to do so as well. We can't simply go on relying on the Americans.
Commodore, what do you make? I know you wanted to jump in there.
I just want to jump in and make 2 points. One, I just wanted to say that I found some of the observations by Sir Michael and Professor Nadia very instructive. But the larger point is about, can Europe go alone? Can it take a different path from the United States when it comes to its own core security and strategic interests? I just make one broad point as a naval person, as a sailor. To the extent that major powers are invested in strategic deterrence, and this strategic deterrent is the ballistic missile submarine, the SSBN. And currently there is a certain global balance in terms of how that deterrent is maintained by the major powers, the United States, UK, France in the Western Alliance, and what Russia, China, and India now also have. There is what I would call as a certain status quo. My reading as a sailor is that Europe cannot go it alone as far as the deterrent at sea is concerned. They are heavily reliant on the United States. So to my mind, that is not an option. It would not be a prudent option if the European Union and the security leadership in Europe wants to remain invested in that kind of a deterrent. Will AI, will technology give you new options? That's a question mark. So that's the first broad point. The second is, when I hear Michael and Nadia talking about the way in which the United States and Europe would find a modus vivendi, would it be fair to extend the point made by Professor Nadia that the United States will act depending on its own core national security interests and the way it perceives them. I mean, that is the broad reduction, if I've understood her right. In which case, if next month, in March 2026, the White House comes to a determination that come what may, Greenland has to become part of the United States because it is in our core national security interests, then would Europe have to go along? Or would there be a divergence within Europe about that? So these may be a bit stark, but to my mind, again, it appears that Europe has very few options. That when it comes to hard power, by the time Europe ramps up its defense spending, is able to invest in the really credible kind of macro strategic power, it will take time. In the interim, you have Moscow, you have Ukraine, you have President Putin, and whatever be his agenda, I'm sure there's an anxiety in most European capitals. So there are very few credible options for Europe in terms of going alone. That's the limited point I wanted to make.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. But the most credible option we have, I buy all of that. The most credible option we have is the NATO alliance, actually. It's not the European Union, as the professor has said. It is the NATO alliance. And yes, I'm sure we can strengthen the nuclear side of the NATO alliance. The French deterrent could be more closely committed to the alliance. We could extend the use of dual-use aircraft, long promised but not yet delivered. We could have other countries beginning to share the burden. But none of this gets away from the main point, that it is our continent that's under attack, and we need to do far more to be ready to defend it.
We're talking about whether Europe can go it alone, but Germany's Chancellor Merz said that the US is not powerful enough to go it alone. Nadia, what do you think of that?
I don't think we want, I guess it depends what measures of power. I mean, certainly I think we do have, we're close to having the most powerful military in the world. I mean, it depends. China is clearly up there in terms of its significant capabilities, and Russia. I don't think we want to go it alone, and nor does Europe want to go it alone. I think, again, to go to the beginning of the conversation, we're trying to develop now a reordering to make both of us stronger, the United States and Europe, and working on shared capabilities, but making all of that real, not just talking about it, not just spending years in bureaucratic discussions where you're not achieving outcomes. So it really does go partly to updating these processes and approaches to reflect that outcomes matter. So to Sir Michael's point, can Europe do something different today than it did 10 years ago in terms of cooperative defense programs? I think it can if it really wants to, but that means making trade-offs. That means reducing the regulatory climate. It means increasing investment, an open investment climate that brings in U.S. capital, which is there and wants to be there. It means doing all of those things differently to focus on outcomes and time. It's really striking if you look at how fast China can act often. It really acts with speed and agility in many ways. And how can we, the West, our allies, our partners, India, Europe, and the United States, work with time in mind so that we get to the outcomes we need and we must have? So that's how I put it. I don't think we want to go it alone. The whole part of the national security strategy is balance of power, regional balances of power, shared responsibility, working with other countries, but in new ways that are actually more effective and make us stronger.
Now, I know that, if I could just interrupt just for one moment, Commodore, because Sir Michael needs to leave us. He has time restraints. So I just want to thank you, Sir Michael, for your time here on the panel. Sir Michael Fallon, former British Secretary of State for Defence, thanks for being here on Counterpoints, and we'll remain with our current two guests for the last sort of 5 minutes of our show. Sorry, Commodore, go ahead. I just wanted to acknowledge Sir Michael before he had to leave us.
So a very brief, again, two-finger kind of observation on what you said about the German Chancellor and his observation that for the United States also going alone may not be a prudent option or something to that effect. I think, there is something to be said there about the US is clearly the world's most powerful military. There's no doubt about that. It has a very credible naval profile underwater. The deterrent is something which I think is distinctive. But, and this is the but, that at the moment, the strategic deterrent has the kind of texture, the kind of characteristics it does have because of the close US-NATO kind of alliance and partnership. And again, coming back to Greenland, I'm sure all the professionals know about this. We talk about the GI-UK, the Greenland-Iceland-UK gap. That was always a very important kind of a, shall we say, domain in underwater deterrence, particularly in terms of the former Soviet Union and preventing them from entering these waters and so on. So the United States has been dependent to a certain extent on Europe and the kind of capabilities it brought to the table, both in terms of surveillance and the other, shall we say, elements of hard power. So were the United States to decide that it will go it alone because Europe has made a political choice, that in my mind would be a very imprudent choice for Europe. But if it were to happen hypothetically, the US would have to rewire and it would have to invest and reallocate its resources to be able to maintain the same credibility. And I'm only talking about the underwater deterrent at this point in time. So to that extent, I think the German Chancellor did have a point in what he was saying.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Nadia, a quick response from you. And also, we're almost out of time. So I just want to quickly bring in to both of you. We've seen the UK, EU, both having discussions with China and India, respectively, recently. Do you think the US's actions, the way it has been behaving on the world stage, has accelerated this rise of China? Nadia, I'll put that to you first.
If I have to answer yes or no, I would say no.
Yeah.
I would say no. China's rise has occurred because of its deliberate sets of policies to dominate global supply chains, all of its entire economy, its overcapacity, it's the way it approaches its economic growth. China has grown because of the deliberate set of policies to dominate, as I said, global supply chains and the inputs into our system. Now, if India and if Europe want to increase their dependencies on China, I think that would be short-sighted in terms of their own actions. They need to think about what's good for their economies, their ability to reindustrialize, their ability to manufacture, look at what's happening to German car industries, EVs. These are decisions that European publics and the Indian public and Indian leaders and European leaders need to think about, because the United States perhaps puts things in stark terms and perhaps people get very agitated by the style of President Trump and the way he approaches things. That's fine, but we knew that the first term. He speaks in this disruptive way. He often puts things in ways that are off-putting to others. But the core issue is what is good for Europe over the long term and what is good for India over the long term. And that should be the key questions for both parts of the world.
We're almost out of time. Very briefly, Commodore, what do you think? Has the US pushed its traditional allies towards China?
Yeah, I think a Twitter response would be that the rise of China, is it linked to Donald Trump? The answer is no. I think the rise of China was following its own trajectory. But what has definitely happened is that the appeal of China as an option has increased. Definitely in the last 1 year, many countries outside of Europe, outside of North America, have seen the fickleness of the US president, the inconsistency, the policy lurches, and have looked at China to see whether it can provide something in terms of the larger collective good. And I want to circle back to climate change. There isn't enough time. I don't.
Very briefly, if you can, Commodore, we're almost out of time.
Very briefly, I think this question about outcomes and processes. Now people are, outside of these two countries, the US and Europe, are looking at China. Can it provide leadership, for instance, in climate change? It may not be a yes, but they are looking at China. So I think the appeal of China has acquired more traction pre-Trump than it has now. That's my limited point.
Thank you so much. So many interesting points. I wish we had more time, but we are going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us on Counterpoints. Nadia
Thank you so
Shadlow.
much. Such a pleasure. Thank you, Commodore.
Thank you.
Such a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much.
Former Deputy US National
Bye-bye.
Security Advisor, retired Commodore. Thank you for being with us. Chitrapu Uday Bhaskar, from the Director of Society of Policy Studies. And we had to lose Sir Michael Fallon a little bit earlier, former British Secretary of State. Thanks to all of you for your opinions and your perspectives. And always, we are nothing without your viewership from home. Thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, a delegation from the International Monetary Fund is in Beirut for talks on how to address Lebanon's economic crisis. Their message has been consistent and clear. No financial assistance without major reforms. We'll ask the Lebanese Finance Minister Yassin Jabber how the talks are going and whether his country has turned the corner. Plus, as Iran marks the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution, President Trump repeats his warning: make a deal with the United States or face, quote, something very tough. We'll examine how events might unfold and ask how might the visiting Israeli Prime Minister influence his hosts in Washington today. Hello and welcome to the programme. Technical discussions are underway at the Ministry of Finance in Beirut between the Lebanese government and the International Monetary Fund. This as the IMF weighs up how to help the country address its economic crisis, which has seen poverty levels amongst the Lebanese people shooting up. Well, the IMF has previously been very clear with its messaging: no financial assistance without reform, significant economic reform. Well, one of the IMF demands is that Lebanon tackles corruption. But in the latest Corruption Perceptions Index, that's a report by Transparency International, Lebanon ranks 153rd out of 182 countries, suggesting that a lot still needs to be done. Well, let's find out more now about how the talks with the IMF are going and what progress has been made with regards to the Lebanese economy. We can speak now to Lebanon's Minister of Finance, Yassin Jabber, who joins us from Beirut. Minister, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. You've been in office since February of last year. You're part of Prime Minister Nawaf Salam's Reform and Rescue government. And we've reached a really key moment, haven't we? Because the IMF is there in Beirut. How are the talks going?
Well, quite well, quite well. It's not the first time here. They've been here a few times since we took over. And actually, they are present in Beirut permanently because they do have an office in Beirut, a permanent office. And we're constantly in touch with them. I mean, we just don't wait for a few months to meet them, you know. We're constantly in touch with them, either through their office in Beirut or virtually, or we have met them in Davos, we've met them in Dubai, in Washington. So the relationship is ongoing, and these meetings and negotiations are ongoing. Now they're here for a visit for the week, and they have been visiting, various departments in the Ministry of Finance, in the Banque de Liban, Central Bank of Lebanon, and they also meet the private sector. And I could say that, yeah, we're making progress, as we go on with our reforms and as we go on with, getting a better fiscal discipline and getting things in order. We've managed this year in 2025 to to achieve a primary surplus in our budget, which is a good indication of the reforms that are taking place. So yes, I mean, the final meetings with them on the higher level will be starting tomorrow and Friday, but the staff meetings are ongoing all the time.
Okay, so it sounds like the Lebanese economy...
We met actually also, may I add, sorry?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I said we also met in Davos, Mrs. Georgieva, the chair of the IMF. It was a good meeting, and she had a small interview a couple of days ago, and she also indicated that things are moving forward quite nicely.
It sounds as though the Lebanese economy has started to turn the corner, I think it's fair to say, judging from what you're saying and looking at the latest indicators. But you've been quoted as saying this IMF delegation visit comes at a critical time. And there have been lots of critical moments for Lebanon. Why is this such a critical time?
Because we are hoping to come to a conclusion. We have to come to the beginning of an agreement. So it's critical because it's very important to make every effort to make this visit successful. And also, as you know, I mean, I say these things not only for international reasons. I say them also for local reasons, because also, as you know, there's a lot of demands for wage increase, for more expenditure. And I always say, listen, guys, we are moving forward, we are improving our revenues, etc. But we have to be very careful on the decisions we take. We cannot, make any fast decisions or quick decisions without really calculating very well what are the consequences. So just from the point of view of making people aware of that we are actually as you said about to turn a corner. So we want to make sure we turn it positively, and we turn it carefully.
Okay, so it sounds like there's been a fragile recovery. I think that's how some economists are describing what's happened since the technocratic government came to power at the beginning of last year. What sort of growth are you expecting for 2026, and which sectors of the economy are showing most promise?
Well, actually, before talking about that, I just want to remind everybody, your audience, and that you have to always look at from a point of view of where did Lebanon come from since 6 years. I mean, we have had 6 years in hell. We've had a banking crisis, we've had a default on our foreign debt, we've had an explosion that wrecked, the center of the city of Beirut and the port. We've had COVID like everyone else, but then we're followed by political vacuum, and then we had the war. Well, I mean, we're hoping that it will be a good year, around 4 or 5% growth. I think the industrial sector is doing well. Tourism is doing well. The Lebanese diaspora, they're sending remittances back home. They're visiting. There's a lot of possibilities of new investment. Construction is also doing well. And we are starting a program of private-public partnerships. So we're starting with some assets, public assets, like an airport in the north, which has just been announced as a PPP project, and it drew quite good interest. We had about 27 companies, showing interest to take part of that project. There's a lot of projects lined up. We're also starting to pump money in some parts of reconstruction in the infrastructure in parts of the country that were, kind of either destroyed or damaged by the recent attacks last year and the year before. So there is actually good prospects for the coming year, 2026.
That's good to hear, because it's been a horrendous time for the Lebanese people. Large swathes of the population have been plunged into poverty. And for many savers, they've not been able to access their bank deposits for more than 6 years. Now, draft legislation is on the table to try to change that situation. A very basic question. When will the first of the small depositors be able to access their money in the bank?
Most of these, depositors for the past years have been getting some money out, up to, they can get, this started with $400, now they're getting up to $1,000 and so on. But this is not a solution. So this government decided to really put a permanent solution for this crisis that has happened, as you said, 6 years ago. So we introduced this draft of the law that will provide a roadmap of how to get off the mess we got ourselves into in 2019. So the important issue in actually what we want to do is, first of all, try to get rid of the cash economy, which became normal because of the banking crisis. So we want the banks to be back in the economy, operating and trusted by the public. We are going to be providing, a solution through the central bank for the depositors. In the first 4 years, all depositors, all accounts under $100,000 will be paid in full, and that's about 85% of the depositors will be getting their money back in full in 4 years. And then there's a roadmap for the rest. Those over 100,000, they will get their first 100,000 with others, and then the rest will be paid in installments between 5 up to 20 years, depending on the amount. But they will be provided with asset-backed securities from the Central Bank of Lebanon. So they will be in a much better state than they are at the moment, because at the moment, a depositor doesn't know what's the state of his bank. We are going to be auditing all the banks, we're going to be auditing the central bank, and we are going to be requiring all the banks to really recapitalize, and those who can't recapitalize will have to either merge or call it a day. So the law, hopefully when it comes out, will help, start putting things on track to get out of the mess we got ourselves into back in 2019.
Now, in terms of the talks that are taking place with the IMF and that delegation that's in town, the timing is interesting because we've just got the latest Corruption Perceptions Index figures, which are published by Transparency International. Lebanon ranks 153rd out of 182 countries, indicating severe public sector corruption. How is that going to be stamped out, Minister?
And it's, if we weren't in that place, do you think we will have such a crisis? I mean, yeah, there was a lot of corruption that took place, and that corruption helped Lebanon get into the mess it got itself into. Of course, I mean, this government took over exactly almost a year, on the 8th of February, 2025. During this year, a lot of changes are taking place. And I think if you ask anybody in Lebanon, he can assure you that this year there was a lot of improvement in the environment of doing business and trying to eliminate corruption. There will be more and more effort. Plus, the judiciary is now starting to move on to open the files of corruption. There are ex-ministers who are now being charged with corruption and asked to pay millions of dollars back for things that they have done. There's one of the ministers went to jail, the other flew the country. So there is an effort to really make sure that things do change. We are also, sending, dealing with tax evasion. I'm sending them to court. I mean, there's a lot of effort now in every part of doing business in Lebanon. In customs, for example, we're stamping on. A lot of people are going to jail if they prove to be corrupt. So there's a big effort at the moment, and we hope, fingers crossed, that things can move forward and make things much better. Hopefully, I hope that in the coming year or two, we will be much up on the scale that you just mentioned.
Okay, we look forward to seeing that. Now, you've been quoted as saying that Lebanon needs stability in order to attract investment. Now, that stability is contingent on your neighbour Israel. It's contingent on Hezbollah. Now, the United States wants to see progress with regards to disarming Hezbollah and cutting off funding for Hezbollah. And yet, a new gold exchange, well, a gold exchange has been identified by the Americans. It's called Jud Sal. It's part of the Al-Qard Al-Hassan, which is suspected of facilitating Iranian financial assistance to Hezbollah. What is the Lebanese government doing to ensure that all mechanisms of this kind are fully cut off?
Well, as you know, I mean, the central bank is introducing a lot of KYC measures on all financial institutions. Yes, I agree with you that we need stability. And unfortunately, the perception, as I said in the beginning of my interview, the perception abroad is that still Lebanon still has kind of instability, especially in the south of the country.
OK, we appear to have had a bit of trouble with the line there, but we'd like to thank Lebanon's Minister of Finance, Yassin Jabber, for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor is arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office over allegations he shared confidential information with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. President Trump gathers his board of peace members to meet for the first time to discuss the reconstruction of Gaza. The White House sends a warning to Iran as Trump weighs up fresh military strikes. Now, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Police carried out searches at the Sandringham estate in Norfolk, as well as an address in Berkshire. The former prince is accused of sharing confidential material with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. King Charles said it was with the deepest concern he had learned about the arrest of his younger brother, adding that the law must take its course. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and broadcaster Jono Hayes. Jono and Gemma, what a busy day to be in today. We've got a fully packed show, but obviously we're going to start with the Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor story, which has been growing and escalating throughout the whole day. What are the series of events, Gemma, that led us to Andrew's arrest this morning?
On his birthday.
On his birthday, 66th birthday.
His 66th birthday. So first of all, I found it very interesting. No one was given a heads up about this. The royal family was not given a heads up.
Actually, I must say something. Sky News understands that the Home Office was giving a heads up about Andrew's arrest from Thames Valley Police, but it was, that information just came into me, so it was apparently the Home Office.
They got the heads up, but the royals did not?
Apparently that's according to Sky News. We don't know one source, but apparently so.
That's interesting. It does surprise me then that the Home Office didn't then tip off Buckingham Palace. So, yeah, that adds another layer of intrigue, definitely. What I think is interesting here is that we've basically got two timelines kind of leading to Andrew's arrest, because, as you say, he has been arrested for misconduct, and this does pertain to allegedly passing on information to Epstein that he would have been privy to as trade envoy. But you can't look at this without also looking at the allegations from Virginia Giuffre. So there's kind of two timelines coming together here. Now, it basically started, he was trade envoy from 2001 to 2011. He eventually, the role was taken away from him. He had the nickname Air Miles Andy because people thought he was taking lots of free trips. He went on holiday with a Libyan gun smuggler. There was a lot of shady kind of things going on there. With regards to Virginia Giuffre, it was in 2014 when her allegations first came to light about this alleged 2001 encounter. Now, in 2019, she gave an interview to BBC, and then obviously later on that year, in November, he gave his, very famous interview now. So by 2020-21, the legal pressure is starting to mount. In the US, Giuffre's lawyers wanted Andrew to be held accountable. And you had senators as well, representatives saying, yeah, he needs to answer some questions. So in 2021, she filed a civil suit against him. And in 2022, Queen Elizabeth herself stripped Andrew of his military titles and royal patronages. As we know, Andrew was the favourite child. So that was incredibly, incredibly significant. And I do wonder if at that point the royal family hoped that would kind of draw the line under it. They felt they'd kind of done enough. But in 2022, in February, he settled out of court. He paid between $16 and $17 million, and that was included no admission of liability. And obviously, we have to remember he has strenuously denied all of these allegations against him. And then the case was closed and there were no criminal charges. And that has brought us to today. That has brought us to this moment. So we have to look at his time as a trade envoy, and we have to look at these allegations against him of sexual misconduct. And they've kind of come together to this point.
And it's so interesting because as the Epstein files have been released, we've had more and more information out when it comes to Prince Andrew, former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's links to Jeffrey Epstein. But I was thinking back to the story, and I remember when Virginia Giuffre first made the allegations about Andrew. And I look at the story now, and he has been arrested on misconduct in office, well, possible misconduct in office. And I wonder, Jono, we forget about the survivors at the heart of this, but how may they feel at the moment?
Well, look, I think the difficult thing with this is we obviously know the allegations that are against him with regards to the Epstein list, and we know what the charges that, if they had evidence, they would take against Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. The issue here is that the evidence and the witnesses who are pertinent to this case, sadly, are deceased or are not able to give evidence in something that may or may not be in relation to the allegations that are there against Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. So that makes it very difficult, which I'm sure is disheartening for the survivors. What I think we're seeing here is the police taking action on something that they know they have hard and fast evidence on. Keeping in mind that, and we'd mentioned this before, and Gemma had said before the show, that they could have called him up and said, hey, come into the police station, let's have a chat with you. They could have summoned him in. They didn't do that. They've arrested him, which would indicate that there may be some hard and fast evidence towards his misconduct in office, and the allegations against him may be founded. Of course, we'll find that out in due course of justice, which is exactly what King Charles has said, which is very unusual as well for King Charles to come out and make a statement about this
swift.
When they've been so silent. Now that you've said they were tipped off from the Home Office, potentially maybe somebody's been preparing that statement all day long. But he said the law must take its course, emphasised the importance of allowing the legal process to unfold without any hindrance and interference. And again, he didn't reference him as his brother in that statement. He referenced him under his title, which he is now, because he is no longer a working member of the family. What they also said in the statement is that everything continues as normal. Operationally speaking, royal duties are continuing uninterrupted, so there's this strategy, this institutional distancing, which is what needs to take place. Let's be honest, the royal family needs to distance themselves from Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, who is no longer a part of the family when it comes to the firm, so to speak, and protect the monarchy's public standing. So I think a statement needed to be made. We've seen William and Kate both make a statement in the last couple of weeks in relation to this, and now we've seen the King make a statement as well, which is heavy territory.
And it's quite interesting because we talk about the King making a statement, how swift that statement was. Andrew was arrested 8 a.m. UK time this morning. The statement came out about 2 hours later, and a lot of people were commenting on, you know, the never complain, never explain rhetoric that the royal family's always stuck to. Seems to be changing under King Charles as the monarch, but it's also, are they listening to the mood music when it comes to Andrew and the Epstein files, Gemma, and what the public perception of this really is?
I wonder if they didn't change, but public expectation of them has changed. You can't live in a world where you are a monarch and you are just separate from everything, and when people want comment from you, you can't just say, oh no, we would never comment on that. It's simply not plausible anymore, and especially of something of this magnitude, when every day more information is coming out, and they've been very careful, haven't they? And Prince Edward as well, he commented, didn't he, I think, when he was maybe in Australia or something. They've all focused on the victims. They have all been very, very careful to centre the victims at the heart of what they're saying. And again, that's something they've learned to do, because previous generations of royals might not have led with that. But, you know, now we're seeing that. We're seeing big changes.
It still must be upsetting. Like you said, it must be upsetting even with that to say, right, the victims are to the fore according to the statements from the royal family, but the victims are not to the fore in terms of the justice that's been served here. The allegations that we're talking about today, like you said, are public office allegations. We've seen that with Damien Green, the Conservative MP, who was in court for a similar situation in 2008. We've seen this with the Plebgate investigation officers, several officers who were done under the same rules as well. This is two very separate things. This has got nothing to do with the Epstein files per se, but everything to do with his time in office there and what he may or may not have disclosed to Jeffrey Epstein, and the allegations standing right there. But I do think we've seen a lot of people who've been Teflon quite to the end, and we've heard reports that Mandelson likewise will face similar investigation into the allegations against him. And I think this is the only thing that can get him on right now, and that is no justification for the victims. And that's a sad state of affairs.
And we actually heard from Virginia Giuffre's family. They released a statement today, and they actually said the family commented on Andrew saying he was never a prince. So that's the comment from her family. But also what I think is quite fascinating is we have to remember Andrew was arrested this morning. He's not been charged. And it's very difficult to prove misconduct in office. So it's going to be interesting to see what the outcome comes after.
And the fact that he is, at the end of the day, a royal arrest is a big deal as well. This is why it's international news. And we haven't seen this. A royal arrest is exceptionally rare. I think 1647, King Charles I was arrested and then later executed. And that's the last time we've seen a royal arrest. Now, I do think, take away from that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is no longer a working royal. So technically, he's no longer, but he is by birthright still a prince. So
and eighth in line to the throne.
So it's newsworthy to say that as well. So there is no, and I didn't know this, there's no criminal immunity under UK law for former royal status. So he will be subject to the full trials and tribulations of the law, pending is the outcome of the investigation, which I think allows them to retain him for 24 hours. He can be detained, and then they can make the decision afterwards whether what they will do. But we'll have to wait and see.
But it's quite interesting because we talk about the fact that he was arrested and they didn't need to do this. And I did hear a lawyer speaking a little bit earlier, and it was quite interesting. He said that he wonders if the arrests were made so that the police could go in and search the homes for evidence, if there is any there, which I thought was quite interesting. So maybe they're looking for hard evidence, laptops, details. No one's to really know yet, but that could be a reason why we did see this very public arrest.
And across 2 properties, so I think that's why we're pulling in so many different police forces. Did you say there were 9 police forces from the UK investigating?
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating, actually. There's 9 police forces are investigating a range of issues regarding Epstein. They do not all relate to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Some of them relate to the private jet of Epstein and the flights it made in and out of the UK via Luton and also Stansted Airport. So it's an incredible amount of police, 9 forces. Significant.
It's huge. But it's a huge investigation, and rightly so. They're given it due diligence and a lot of time right now. But if it's for specifically that crime, the misconduct in public office, he could face a lifetime imprisonment if he's found guilty of these allegations. It could be 2 to 10 years, which is far more realistic. But if he is found guilty of this, he will be in prison.
Extremely hard to prove, but let's see what happens. And we just to say, Andrew's always denied any allegations against him. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And representatives from President Trump's Board of Peace have met today to discuss the reconstruction and stabilization of Gaza. Members have pledged $7 billion to help rebuild the war-torn region. Trump says the board has the greatest leaders in the world, and it has the chance to be the most consequential board ever assembled. Take a listen.
I believe it's the most consequential board, certainly in terms of power and in terms of prestige. There's never been anything close because these are the greatest world leaders. This is the most prestigious board ever put together. You know, I've seen some great corporate boards. I've seen some great boards, period. It's peanuts compared to this board.
Well, he's pretty chuffed with the Board of Peace, isn't he? I shouldn't laugh, but I always love the way Donald Trump bigs up what he's up to. He's got the confidence, why not? But what came out of the Board of Peace meeting today?
Well, to be fair, some tangible outcomes here. Pledges of around $10 billion in reconstruction. Now, you might think that is an impressive figure. Unfortunately, it's about 10% of what's required in order to rebuild the infrastructure of Gaza right now. So we're at 10% of what's actually required from this initiative. So we're talking about rebuilding, we're talking about long-term financing, and we're now hearing about this preliminary commitment from more than 24 countries to give a stabilisation personnel, which they estimate will be around 20,000. Indonesia, strangely, given 8,000 of those troops, Indonesia alone. So they're going to explore the financial infrastructure discussions in detail going forward as well. What's unusual about this is that we've heard about the money, we've heard about the force, we don't know how the money is going to be used, and we don't know what the force is going to do. So it's on the surface, it's a very tangible outcome. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you have to question what is actually going to be done here. Like, have we got plans in place? What's going to happen with this $10 billion of an infrastructure? Are we rebuilding hospitals, schools, accommodation? Or are we just putting the money in there and seeing what happens? There is no real plan in place with the cash. But the Board of Peace sounds wonderful. It's a really nice title to have there. The concern, of course, and this has come from, again, so some of these I take with a pinch of salt, but US and Western intelligence have said this also, along with the IDF, that Hamas are moving to rebuild inside the country. So I think that stabilisation troops need to be on the ground, because then you've got eyes quite literally on the ground as regards to what's happening. We're hearing echoes of tunnels being rebuilt and the infrastructure being rebuilt as well. And I'm talking about the military infrastructure, which has been all but decimated by Hamas right now, because I think regardless of people saying that Hamas are sitting on the laurels waiting for the next step, it's really naive to think something like that is true. You'd have to be naive to think that.
And I think it's so interesting because that's what we don't talk about. Hamas are obviously still heavily involved in Gaza, and that's well known, I think, in many respects. So it's a really good point to bring up. But Donald Trump actually made some comments today regarding Hamas. He said, looks like Hamas will be getting rid of their weapons, but we have to find out. He said, he sort of caveated it at the end, sounded optimistic. But again, no real plan on how this demilitarization of Hamas is actually going to take place. And he also said Gaza no longer a hotbed of radicalism and terror. And I had Elon Levy on earlier, a former spokesman from Israel, and he said to me he doesn't understand what Donald Trump's trying to say there because doesn't agree with it.
Well, it's not what we're seeing either. You know, he's saying one thing and we're seeing something, you know, completely different. And no matter how many times you repeat it, it's not going to make it. It's not going to make it true. I think what's interesting is the stabilisation troops as well. Who do they answer to?
So they've said they've got a Major General Jesper Jeffries. Jesper Jeffries. He's going to be the overall command. He is US representative. So effectively, this is a Donald Trump army.
Yeah. And then Indonesia has accepted deputy commander position of International Stabilization Force. So there's a deputy commander position which is coming from Indonesia, apparently. But once again, it's all pretty unclear.
It's Trump's private army. They're not answerable to the UN. They're not answerable to NATO. They are simply answerable to him, and I think that's terrifying.
And it will be interesting to see how this all pans out, because, like we're saying, there doesn't seem to be any set plans in place. But in the past, there have been concerns, Gemma, raised about the board's fitness to implement the plan in a meaningful way. I don't know if this is still the case when we look at things, because you're saying Hamas is rebuilding. But in my mind, I'm like, where are they getting the material from to do that?
And where are they getting the money from?
It doesn't make any sense to me.
It's as well, like, this first meeting was always going to be like a big test. You've got all these names and egos in the room. Like, that would have been a huge, test. And you've got countries who actively kind of despise each other as well. What was the seating plan? How did that work out? I would love to have been a fly on the wall. I think ultimately, though, they are failing their first test, which is Gaza, because that was really the what brought them together in the first place, what brought Trump's Board of Peace. He kind of pinned it on Gaza. They're going to rebuild Gaza. They're going to pump all this money in. They're going to, do all these amazing things. They're going to turn it into some futuristic, Riviera. But also, he wants to challenge the United Nations. So you're giving this Board of Peace so many remits already, very, very difficult ones as well. You're going to challenge the UN. Like, that's massive. And also, what I found interesting is he's suddenly got all this money for the Board of Peace. Why isn't he pumping that money into NATO? His anger with NATO was that everyone wasn't contributing enough, but suddenly you've got access to all this money, so why are you choosing to put it here rather than, shoring up proven existing entities? So as I say, Gaza was the first test for this Board of Peace. They're not really achieving much. As you say, Hamas is still really active. You've still got, Israel strikes, which are kind of killing Palestinians on a near-daily basis. Hamas has not disarmed. Israel has not withdrawn. No international forces have been deployed in the area. And you were saying before the show, the two-state solution appears to have absolutely disappeared. No one's talking about that anymore.
And I find it fascinating because lots of the US traditional allies, like the UK, Sweden, and a whole lot of other countries, have not joined.
No, they're observers.
They've observers, but they've chosen not to join the Board of Peace. And the issues they rose were the fact that Israel's on the Board of Peace, but there's no Palestinian representatives. So that questions neutrality when it comes to decisions. Also, them basically trying to fight the UN for a similar place. And once again, this two-state solution, because we see the annexation of the West Bank when it comes to Palestine. And there's so many questions right now. Where's the two-state solution? And
that seems to have gone by the wayside. The things that are still, and the major players are worried about, the questions that are there, legitimacy, governance, how it's going to work alongside the UN, none of these things have been answered. Accountability. There is none. We just don't know enough about that right now. We just know you've been asked to give money towards something to help fund something, this mystery project that we don't know what it is. We'd like 10 billion to start things off, and we'll see how it goes from there towards the 70 billion cap. So I think the global key players who've held back and said, we'll observe for now because we're not sure what's going on here, are just saying exactly what everyone else is thinking. What is the Board of Peace exactly going to do? All of these huge players who are involved there, and it is a who's who on the guest list for the Board of Peace, with no actual plan, no outcome that we can foresee, and just saying, we're the Board of Peace, we're here to make things great again, is wonderful, but there's no firm, here's the end goal. And we've said this for a very, very long time. Nobody knew what was going to happen after the fall of Hamas. What would be the governance? Who would be in charge? And we still don't seem to be any closer to that actual answer.
And, we have to think about the people of Gaza who have suffered immensely over this time, and they're probably feeling like, when is help going to come?
Yeah.
But thank you so much for your thoughts on that story. Let's move on now. And the White House has warned Iran they'd be very wise to make a deal with US President Donald Trump, weighing up military action. It's believed a US strike could take place as early as this weekend. Addressing reporters, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president was still hoping for a diplomatic resolution with Tehran. Take a listen.
The president has always been very clear, though, with respect to Iran or any country around the world, diplomacy is always his first option, and Iran would be very wise to make a deal with President Trump and with this administration. He's talking to many people, of course, his national security team, first and foremost, and you know who the members of that team are. And this is something, obviously, the president takes seriously. He's always thinking about what's in the best interest of the United States of America, of our military, of the American people, and that's how he makes decisions with respect to military action of any kind.
Jono, a lot of things happening with this story. We've heard reports that a US strike on Iran could be as imminent as Saturday because of the military build-up. Caroline Leavitt saying they're looking for a diplomatic resolution. Donald Trump saying 10 days to make a deal. A lot happening. What's going to happen?
There remains a credible diplomatic pathway, at the moment at least. Is it possible the talks in Switzerland are producing these instrumental progress and also some proposals as well? Unfortunately, and I do believe that and I woke up this morning, like many people reading stories online, thinking today's the day, this is it. We have got 2 US aircraft ships that are off the coast of Iran, 150 miles away. That's dangerously close territory. We've got 10 missile-capable warships that are there as well, 50 fighter jets. I mean, the arsenal is quite substantial. They're ready. The issue here is that the red lines that the US have drawn are definitely something that Iran are not going to agree to. And I'm talking about things like ceasing the enrichment capability of the uranium, protecting missiles programs as well. Iran will want to ensure that they still have a missiles program. They're not going to give up on all of that, and they're not going to dismantle their nuclear infrastructure. Why would they? They're trying to rebuild it again after they were already knocked out of it in June of last year. And the sanctions that they see on the table that would be put to them would be tantamount to surrender, which Iran is not going to go for.
Actually, Iran did say today that they are not going to stop nuclear enrichment program.
Exactly.
They want to carry on having it for domestic usage. That's always been their argument when it comes
they would
to
now
Iran.
like Russia to take some of this, and they said, OK, we'll give the enriched uranium to Russia for safekeeping. Which is crazy. That's like saying we're going to give KFC to the chickens. That is an insane statement to say, and I cannot believe that that is even something that's on the cards. Someone's going to have to give, and Trump does not like giving in.
I don't know if Putin put that on the cards or Donald Trump did, but one of them did. And Gemma, what risks would another confrontation with Iran carry? Because I must remember the last time we saw the confrontation with Iran, they were in the middle of negotiations then. We're in a similar position.
Yeah.
And if history repeats itself, we don't know what could happen.
I think Jono's right. Trump has done this big show of force. Why would he, why would he back down from here? So, yeah, what you'd see is military escalation, which we've already seen. We're kind of in the middle of. Iran could respond with airstrikes and drones, but, their capability obviously cannot match those of the US. So I wonder what they would actually be firing back at, because that could escalate massively if they hit like a warship or something like that, though I doubt that they would get that far. You've got then the broader regional aspects here. It could embolden splinter groups, because you've got chaos in the region. It could embolden, further terrorist organisations, greater warfare. Importantly as well, the disruption of oil through the Straits of Hormuz, which 20% of the world's crude oil passes through. That is probably on a lot of minds here with regards to that. And then obviously humanitarian consequences. So many different factors at play.
And it's really interesting. The Strait of Hormuz, as you say, 20% of the world's oil moves through that strait. It's extremely important when it comes to container shipping. And that's actually a real escalation from Iran's point. They are wielding their power by being able to show that they can, of course, close the Strait of Hormuz, as they do try to have leverage in these talks at the moment. But, Jono, I often wonder, we talk about Iran right now and what military options the US has, because we talk about air power, and that's quite interesting. I think what I find interesting is how much F-50s and air power Trump's moved, because the last time we saw those B-2s 52s.
Yeah.
And they went for the nuclear. And I wonder if he's moving all this air firepower because he's thinking of something similar, or maybe...
It may not be something similar, but I don't think the US Army is at the place where it needs to put boots on the ground when it comes to Iran. And I think the safest and probably the most sensible thing to do is to do an air escalation of any tensions you require there. That's why we're seeing these long-range bombers that are in there as well, which have got huge capability. The armed drones are all on standby as well. And we know there's extensive surveillance aircraft that have been operating in the region. Now, they've been looking intently at the nuclear facilities that are already in place in Iran. We're hearing reports that they've been reinforced, and even the ones that have been hit last year have been reinforced with concrete. They've rebuilt some of those nuclear enrichment plants as well, and we've seen everything that we can possibly see from surveillance footage from above. So this is a war that and I really hope that this de-escalates, and I hope that there is some level of diplomacy that's on the table here and that this can have a conversation. But if it does escalate, this war will be fought from above, and that's where the US is at. And they can do it. They have the might.
And I do think, actually, if I was to be a betting person, I would say it will be fought from above. It's eyes in the sky right now when it comes to the US and Iran. I actually just wanted to bring everyone some breaking news. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been pictured leaving the police station. Andrew has been released from custody. So that's the latest news that we're getting from the news websites over in the UK. And, of course, that was our top story today. Now, stay right there as we move on to another story. A South Korean court has sentenced former President Yoon Suk-yeol to life in prison, finding him guilty of masterminding an insurrection. The court said the action gravely damaged the political neutrality of the military and the police and damaged the country's credibility on the world stage. Frank Smith reports from Seoul.
The bus believed to be carrying South Korea's ex-president arrived at Seoul Central District Court as his supporters demonstrated outside. This banner reading, "Stay strong, Mr. President." There was heightened security also. Today's verdict was the most consequential for the ousted leader. Prosecutors were seeking the death penalty. But the court opted for life imprisonment instead, after finding him guilty of leading an insurrection, noting that while the crime was grave, Yoon had attempted to limit the use of physical force when he declared martial law more than a year ago.
South Korean citizens have been so deeply polarized, pitted against each other. I really think it should have been a death sentence so that this doesn't become an example to repeat. Martial law must never be allowed.
One of the judges presiding over the case said Yoon attempted to send troops to the National Assembly to blockade the Assembly Hall and arrest key figures, including the Assembly Speaker and party leaders, to prevent lawmakers from gathering to deliberate or vote. The verdict makes Yoon the first elected head of state in South Korea's democratic era to receive the maximum custodial sentence. His legal team says the court ignored the principle of basing findings on evidence.
If this ruling ignores the clearly established facts as well as the legal principles and evidentiary standards set forth in our Constitution and the Criminal Procedure Act and simply mirrors the conclusions predetermined by the Special Counsel, then were the dozens of hearings held over the past year merely procedural formalities?
Yoon's lawyers say they will discuss whether or not to appeal the verdict. Former President Yoon can also appeal for a presidential pardon, but the ruling caps one of South Korea's most turbulent political crises, with the scars likely to last for years to come. Frank Smith, Al Arabiya English.
So, Jono and Gemma, actually, before we went to that video from Frank Smith, we were talking about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor earlier, and we do know that he's now been released from the police station, and he was in custody for almost 12 hours after his arrest. He has actually been photographed as he left. He's trying to lie in the back of the seat as he tries to avoid cameras. Didn't do such a good job.
No, it's going to be that picture that makes the front page of every newspaper tomorrow morning. I think we're going to see this one for quite some time. It's going to be a good T-shirt. A black Range Rover was seen at Aylsham Police Investigation Centre at about 6:50 local time It tried to get in through the front gate, it couldn't, and then eventually it made its way in, and about 10 minutes later, 2 vehicles emerged from that same police station, one of which, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, was inside. So we don't know the course of the investigation now. But given, and again, these are the allegations that he was brought in to discuss about his misconduct in public office, given the level of allegations, there may have been some questioning that took place. He may be out on a level of bail right now, or he may have been released without charge, but we won't know the further details of that for quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was in Norfolk where the police station was. We were unsure which police station he was being held in, but we have a little bit more information on that. But 12 hours, actually...
I actually think we're going to find out. I think there's going to be leaks. You know, we are being given this sacrificial lamb. You know, he has become a figurehead for the punishment that society and victims are. We are looking for someone to pay the price. Yes. Epstein is dead. He can't pay the price. In the US, they don't seem to be moving towards making any kind of arrest or anything like this. In the UK, we have Mandelson and we have Prince Andrew. And I actually believe that we're going to get quite a lot of leaks and quite a lot of information because he is the person on whom so much is going to be pinned, you know, deservedly or undeservedly, that is going to be his role in this. And
historically speaking, any of these previous misconduct in public office is a 12 to 18-month window from the initial arrest towards trial. So if he has, or if he is to be charged with these crimes, that he, of course, he says he has nothing to do with whatsoever, and he's vehemently denied any of these allegations against him, then that will be something whereby we'll find out very, very soon. But it'll be a long waiting game before this goes to trial, if it goes to trial.
Yeah. So I'll just repeat that. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor released from the police station, and he spent 12 hours in custody after his arrest earlier this morning, 8 a.m. UK time. So there we are. We know Andrew has now left the police station. Anyway, we're going to move on to our final story, and that's at that time of the show where Gemma and Jono have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. Gemma, we're going to start with you and why hundreds of men are chasing a ball in the streets of Ashbourne and Warwickshire.
Yeah, so this combines 2 of the UK's favourite pastimes, which is kicking a ball around and fighting. So this is called the Atherstone Ball Game, and this is its 826th year. So it's done on Shrove Tuesday, which was Tuesday just gone. Now, what it is, this ball gets thrown at 3:30. It takes place on a place called Long Street, and this ball gets thrown into the crowd and kicked up and down Long Street. Now, there are 2 rules. 1, it cannot leave Long Street, and 2, you can't kind of kill anyone. But apart from that, you know, everything, you can see the punching that's going on here. Now, the aim is at 5 o'clock, when the clock strikes 5, the person holding the ball wins. Now, as I said, this has been going on for over 800 years.
But what do they win?
Bragging rights.
That is ridiculous for bragging rights.
Probably,
I'd want a cash prize.
You probably get a round bought for you down the pub, because that's where most of them spend their time before they come out. Because prior to this, it's a place for children. Children come out and children are given sweets and things like that. But by 3:30, you know, the kids are gone and the grown-ups come in. And you'll note as well there aren't any women there.
I did.
So, yeah, very much a boys' thing here.
And I also noticed the shops were boarded up.
Shops were boarded up.
No
yeah.
women. But it's one thing I love about the UK and about England. They know how to preserve a tradition.
Very true.
I mean, it might look a little bit scandalous, but it's been for how many years?
826 years.
It's
this
impressive.
has been going on.
We're dumb, aren't we? As like we've come on so far in so many ways, but then you see something like this and you go,
let's go back to medieval time.
Like, do we deserve to be here?
It is medieval.
Wow.
You can picture this in medieval times.
Absolutely.
You can put this in any era. And do you know what? It didn't stop during World War I, and it did not stop during World War II. They have always hosted this event. So, yeah.
I'm impressed. Stick with what you know. Anyway, Johnny, we're going to come on to you because apparently age is nothing but a number. Do you think that saying is an excuse to the reality of age?
It depends, I guess. And it is that you're only as young, as old as you feel, I guess. That's probably what it is. However, you might be noticing some of the signs of getting older, and I'm going to list them out for you.
Okay.
Do you prefer to have a quiet drink in the corner of an establishment, or would you prefer to be in the middle of all the action? If you answered A to that, then you're likely to be getting old.
Corner.
Yeah, absolutely, the corner. Do you notice that when you get out of bed, you no longer seem to be able to move with such ease anymore, and you notice that you start to groan when you bend down and making noises when you get back up again? If you tick this box, you may be getting older. Talking about the aches that you didn't know that you had before is also, with your friends, is apparently something that 40% of people who are over the age of 40 do. And opting for a quiet night out as well as waking up at 6 a.m. If you do all of these things, you're likely to be in your twilight years, i.e. past the age of 40 and growing old gracefully. And I never understand, certainly when I was younger, when my parents would get up off a chair and you had and getting back down with another, and I never quite got that. And the older I get, the more I appreciate that noises. You have to make sound effects when you move around in your day-to-day life. And that's just part of being in the over 40s club. So if you're there, congratulations.
I have another box to tick. I have a favourite ring on the hob.
Oh yeah, I think that's very, that's very adulty. Yeah.
Oh my God, I never knew that was a thing. I'm the same.
Having a favourite ring on the hob is totally a thing. Yeah, that's my kind of box tick.
Oh my God, I definitely have my favourite one. It's to
Which one
the
is
back,
right, okay.
on the left.
Mine is back left.
Back left.
Oh
I
my
always
goodness.
have to.
And you're both Virgo. This is amazing.
Virgos.
What are the chances?
Let's go for a quiet drink.
Oh my gosh, yes,
after this.
definitely.
Away from everyone. You'll also notice things like you're preserving yourself, improving your diet, and taking daily vitamins, which is something that I think you should be doing anyway. But when you get to your 40s, you start discovering that they are life. And without them, you don't think you can carry on. But the persistent aches, that's something I wish that was not part of it.
I must admit, I don't get persistent aches. I don't know why that is. I always feel quite young, though.
It is her lifestyle. She's very healthy.
Yeah. I don't know if it's because I actually feel young all the time. I never.
And you look quite young. Great doctor.
And great
peptides.
doctor, yes. Great doctor and great things. But I train a lot.
Yes.
And I also really believe that you have to be quite young in your mindset.
Absolutely.
Even though I don't have children, I do always try to, I know I'm not very good, but keep up with what's going on, you know.
Not even on TikTok. What are you talking about?
Down with the kids, Leigh Ann. Yeah, okay, she's down.
And it's difficult to be down with the kids when you've got no kids, but I do try. But it's quite nice, actually, ageing, because I think that, we talk about a quiet drink in the pub, but we've got the confidence to do that. Because when you're young, you need to be in a whole crowd all the time, and you need to have that assurance from
surrounded by people.
And I think as you get older, there's something quite nice about being secure enough to not have to have that reassurance, to be able to just have a quiet drink and quite enjoy your own company and your friends.
It would actually be nice to have that confidence and reassurance in your 20s as well.
Oh, I know, I know.
We would rule the world.
Maybe not the hatred for people that are strangers, but like the rest of it, I would have preferred in my 20s, but I'll take it now.
And what I don't like as I get older is chit-chat, like idle chit-chat. Do you know, it drives me bonkers, because I walk my dogs and everyone likes to have a chit-chat, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I've got a life here. I don't care about Margaret the dog, you know what I mean?
Very approachable. Very approachable character.
When I was younger, I would have chit-chatted forever.
Yeah, don't talk. If you see Leigh Ann on the street,
don't speak to her.
No, you can speak to me.
Not for long.
Not for long. Say hi, and I'll say hi back. And I just wanted to update you before we do leave the show. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been released under investigation, the police say. So we know that. So Thames Valley Police is able to provide an update in relation to the investigation into the offence of misconduct in public office, and the man arrested has now been released under investigation. So that is exactly where we stand. Thank you so much to our guest today, correspondent and columnist Gemma White and broadcaster John O'Hayes. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. G&T's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, as the Board of Peace holds its first meeting in Washington, we find out from UNICEF what the reality of life in Gaza currently is and what the greatest needs there are. And following further Epstein file revelations, King Charles's younger brother, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, is arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. We asked the former head of UK Royal Protection if he saw this coming. And are we alone in the universe? Well, the former US President Barack Obama doesn't seem to think so and triggers excitement on social media by saying that he believes that aliens are real. We ask an expert, what does Obama know? And why did he appear to then backtrack on his initial comments? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest in the Middle East, and the United Nations is raising the alarm over the situation in Gaza and the West Bank, warning that Israel's intensified military attacks and the reported forcible transfer of Palestinians raising serious concerns about possible ethnic cleansing. Well, the warning comes as the newly formed Board of Peace holds its first official meeting, putting the crisis at the centre of urgent international discussions. We're joined now by Salim Owles, who is a UNICEF Menorah Communications specialist and joins us now from Gaza. Salim, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Ramadan has obviously begun across the world, and it's begun there in Gaza under a very fragile ceasefire. I just wondered if you could start by describing the situation and the overall mood there.
Well, definitely people are both excited to celebrate and to observe the holy month, but at the same time, the overwhelming uncertainty and continued struggle and challenges on the ground really keeps that and challenges that and keeps it to a minimum. I've talked just today with children, with parents, and they're really happy. They're really looking forward for this month, but at the same time, deep down, they have this ache. Children are missing their siblings who passed throughout through more than 2 years now. They miss their houses. At the same time, parents are just very heavy with commitment to provide to their children, which is really hard under the circumstances right now. While the ceasefire has brought in some hope, and yes, we can see more food items in the market, it's still far from reachable for many families who can't afford the very high prices. So it's just a mixed feeling and a portrait of mixed emotions.
Right. So since the ceasefire took effect, you're saying, 4 months ago or so, things have improved, but they're still not anywhere near where you would expect them to be. In terms of the flow of aid, let's talk about that. What percentage of what's needed is actually getting through at this stage?
Well, it's definitely just a fraction. We're talking about we're scaling up, and we were able to kind of start moving around, especially inside Gaza with the ceasefire, and deliver the last mile. But what comes in still is not enough for the needs, and not everything is coming in. Today I was in a water and sanitation system repair project for UNICEF, and we still need many of the parts that is needed for that project. Unfortunately, many of those parts, many of the equipment is still not allowed in. In terms of direct aid to the families, what's coming in is barely scratching the surface, because we're talking about 2 compounded years of needs. And of course, people their resources are depleted. They can't, as I said, they can't afford what's in the market. But also the crossing points are not enough. We're talking about just 1 or 2 crossing points. But what we need is all crossing points to be open for aid, but also for commercial goods that will help stabilize the market and make it more affordable for people.
I can see you're warmly dressed. I know it gets cold there in Gaza at this time of year. And with the cold weather come associated health risks. Children, the displaced, the elderly, particularly vulnerable. How does that manifest itself? What are you seeing in terms of sickness levels there?
Well, honestly, there's a wide variety of sicknesses, especially those associated with cold weather. And while this week, to be honest, it's much better than it was last week and the week before. At least we don't have much rain. Today it rained a little bit, but that really created, especially in the camps, created a perfect environment for sicknesses to spread. We've, as everyone else, heard the reports and received the reports of many children sadly passing due to hypothermia. Tents are being flooded. All that just happened in the past few weeks, and it brought really despair to families and children. And of course, many of them are still struggling with the impact of that.
Right, and people have told us that there's still very little cash in people's pockets. I mean, people haven't worked in many cases since the 7th of October. Limited resources. I mean, how do families manage? How are people getting by there?
Well, many families are depending on aid, and that's why it's really important to make sure that all the aid that's possible coming from all crossing points. That's one. Another thing, of course, there's a community that's helping each other. There are the kitchens, community kitchens that provide food. But families are really struggling, and I really, it's hard to fathom how they can survive in such environment, despite, as I said, having a little bit more in the market. So it's really crucial to keep that in mind when we're thinking about a ceasefire that is still kind of fragile, and the environment as a whole, the market environment, the aid environment, we need more of that just to make a dent in the situation.
In terms of people's morale, I'm assuming there's a sense that the worst of the winter is over. We're probably entering the spring season in the next couple of weeks. And while we're talking, the inaugural meeting of the Board of Peace is happening in Washington today, bringing together representatives from 45 countries. And we understand there are pledges of some $5 billion for Gaza. Is that giving people hope? Do people there say they're optimistic that this Board of Peace is going to have an impact on their lives?
Well, honestly, people are in despair. We're talking about almost 2.5 years of continued violence, continued bombardment, besiegement, of promises that have not been kept. The world has failed Gazans over and over again. So honestly, people are not very optimistic. They're actually, what I heard, and quoting children and adults the same, they're just afraid of the violence to break on a large scale again. And I think that's what they keep thinking about while they're having a little bit of respite that is in the ceasefire. So actually the feeling is more of wishing that this continues and wishing for more to be coming in. Just today, I spoke to a young lady in her last year in school, and she's really not very hopeful about how things will turn, and she just wishes that the world will finally give her back her house, her life, which unfortunately in a big part of it will not be back because it's gone with siblings, with family members that passed. So no, people are not very hopeful.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but thank you very much for joining us. Salim Olsid, UNICEF in Gaza. Thank you, sir. Now we're going to turn our eye to a story making top headlines in the United Kingdom. The former Prince, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, son of the late Queen Elizabeth II, has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Well, he's been remanded in custody as police continue investigations, including searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. Well, the address appears to be linked to his conduct as UK trade envoy and follows the disclosure of emails connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Well, King Charles III has said that the law must take its course. This after expressing his deepest concern over the arrest of his younger brother. Well, let's bring into the conversation Di Davis, who is a former head of UK Royal Protection, also a royal historian who joins us from North Wales in the United Kingdom. Thank you very much for joining us once again here on Arabiya English. We're talking here about King Charles's younger brother, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, second son of the late Queen Elizabeth II. He's been arrested today on what is his 66th birthday. And just to be clear, being arrested does not mean he's guilty of any crime. Are you surprised he's been arrested, or did you think the writing was on the wall?
Well, no, to be honest, I'm not surprised. In fact, I've been calling for him to be interviewed if the evidence showed that interview should have been under caution. First, for the allegation against Virginia Roberts, as she was known, but clearly, as events have turned out recently, also for some of his alleged malpractice when he asked some of his staff and a protection officer to carry out illegal searches, allegedly. I'm certainly not surprised that it's now been in respect of what he's alleged to have done in terms of his performance as a trade ambassador in a variety of different countries and with a variety of different individuals. So I'm not surprised at all.
So obviously the former Prince Andrew has been under the spotlight for several years. What do you think was the last straw? What brought him down this time?
I think the latest revelation from the 3 million plus documents that have been released, they're clear, if they're true and they're authentic, there's clear evidence to show that he was passing on trade secrets and other secrets and trying to line his own pockets from Afghanistan to China, Singapore, Hong Kong, you name it, wherever this man went, it would appear, and it's alleged from the documents, that he was passing on sensitive and British trade secrets to others so that they could line their pockets, and I presume he thought he could line his own at the same time. Very serious allegations. It's misconduct in public office. He was a trade envoy, and I think that's the crux that has broken the camel's back, as it were.
I mean, you've obviously worked up close and personal with several members of the royal family, and I know you've had encounters with Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Does what you deduced about his character over the years match up with how he has ultimately conducted himself?
Well, his alleged criminality, obviously I didn't know, and I wasn't aware of that. I was aware of his persona and how aloof, arrogant, and frankly dismissive he was of anyone he regarded as below his level and status. He's regarded by many as a complete idiot and buffoon, and that's been his reputation for a long time. I was not aware at any time through any of my men or women who accompanied him of his alleged activity. He was still in the Navy when I was in command, and as a consequence, whilst we were aware of his fondness for women, I was not aware of any alleged criminality in any shape or form. If I had been, I would have taken action appropriate to the alleged offence.
And the reports that have emerged in recent days that he bullied his staff, forced some of them to stay silent. There's talk of reprisals against officers who dared speak their mind. Does any of that ring true, knowing the man?
No, in respect of forcing or telling police officers to keep quiet, I find that beyond belief. None of my officers would fear anything they told me. I hope I was receptive to anyone who had concerns. At no time in my time there did anyone give even an iota of that. And frankly, I don't believe that. Police officers are not, they're not violets. They are strong characters mainly. And if somebody was telling them to do that, I would hope they'd have the gumption to at least talk to their line managers, and eventually that would come to me, and I would deal with it fairly harshly. And I have no compunction in taking Prince Andrew on, or anyone else for that matter. And anybody who knows me, that's my reputation. I speak as I see it, and I do not tolerate any kind of bullying. In fact, for 17 years, I was an ambassador for an anti-bullying charity. So one of the reasons I joined and became a policeman is my distaste for anyone. And if Andrew had done that while I was in command, he would have taken the consequences then.
But if Andrew was going to, for example, Epstein's Island, or going off to meet Jeffrey Epstein in New York, I mean, before he was stripped of his royal status, he would have had royal protection, wouldn't he? And therefore, wouldn't those officers that accompanied him have been aware of what sort of antics, what sort of company he was keeping, what he was up to?
Well, yes, and I've said that over the years now. What on earth was going on? They're not the three monkeys. I see no evil, hear no evil, and so the rest of it. At the end of the day, these are professional police officers. I find it beyond belief, frankly, that any of them would be party to the activity that was alleged to go on in these 5 different locations. And again, that's why I spoke out and said when the original allegations came out, they must have known, they must have accompanied him to the Mews. They must have been there. And that's why I take great and grave concern over the failure of my former colleagues to have investigated this, not once, not twice, but 4 times. And so I hope that will come out now. And you're quite right, any police officer who aided and abetted or just ignored it would in itself be a criminal offence, and certainly a discipline offence. And I would sack them if I had any knowledge of it.
But, I mean, given what you told us about the man and his character, none of it at all flattering. And clearly he's got a big ego. He seemed to have a sense of infallibility, possibly a rather distorted view of his position in the world. I mean, do you think perhaps the family knew and they sort of let him get away with it? They said that's just the way he is, and perhaps brushed concerns to one side. I mean, could they have really been unaware of what he was up to for 20 years?
Well, that's a question a lot of people are asking now. Who exactly knew, and for how long did they know, and why would the family rally round and raise £12 million to a man who claimed he was totally innocent and never met Virginia? I mean, we're going back to that, and that's not the one that's been at the moment investigated. But I concur with the view, who in the palace knew, who in the government knew. So these are questions, hopefully, that will come out. I think it's like a ball of wool. Once you start unthreading it, you will get to the core of some of the issues. So I think they're legitimate, and it gives me no pride to actually say that. But as an investigator with over half a century, I would be asking those questions. And unfortunately, anyone who aided and abetted him in whatever shape, be it royal, be a civil servant, be a government minister and or police officer, they must take that consequence of their actions. And I have little or no sympathy for them at all. Everybody says, well, he hasn't been found guilty of anything yet. Well, he has in the court of public opinion, but that's in a court of public opinion. Where it stands is in a court of law, either here or in America. And it could be that if the evidence amounts, that he could be subjected to action from the United States and actually asked to be handed over to them. But I think we'd have to deal with the offences as we see them here first. And as you clearly say, these are exceptionally serious allegations, as we understand. And I can't remember a time in history when a member of the royal family has been accused at this level. Edward VIII was pretty bad. There were accusations, and they were covered up after the war, of how he sympathised and gave information to the Nazis. But this is now, and I think we need to have a proper investigation. It is arguably the biggest scandal facing the royal family, and the consequences, we are in uncharted waters, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, in modern history, the brushes with the law the royal family had were things like a speeding ticket, and even that was front page news. This is in a whole different category. Knowing the now King Charles III, as you presumably did when he was Prince of Wales, and knowing that he's been in poor health in recent years, and it's been a tough time for the royal family, the Princess of Wales has had cancer, the King has had cancer. It's still quite a new administration under the current King. I mean, knowing his character, how do you think he'll be taking all of this, the magnitude of this, and the fact that we're talking here about his brother, who is potentially looking at a jail term?
Well, knowing the character and having read several biographies on it, he's a mixture. He's a mixture of emotions, and he's a mixture sometimes of extreme anger, extreme frustration at times. And I think he'll be extremely concerned and worried. I think he's worried about his reputation and that of the royal family, and rightly so. And questions still remain. What did he know? What did his family know? And they are still unanswered.
What do you think the late Queen would make of all of this?
Well, I'd like to question her too as to what she knew.
OK. We're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Di Davis, former head of UK Royal Protection. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
My pleasure.
Now, today is Thursday, and as ever, it is the day of the week when we take a look at some of the top stories of the week in the United States. Lots to talk about, and I'm joined this week by Angie Wong, Republican strategist, who joins us from Florida. We're also joined by Hank Scheinkopf, Democratic strategist, who joins us from New York. Thank you very much indeed to both of you for joining us. Just before we crossed you, we were talking about the latest victim of the Epstein files, the Prince, formerly known as, Andrew, formerly known as Prince Andrew, is in custody. He's been arrested. And I just want to ask you, I mean, there's a never-ending torrent of scandal coming out of these files. Hank, let me ask you, how's all of this playing out in the United States right now?
Well, people are having the best time they've ever had because it's a scandal that touches both Republicans, Democrats, and everybody else. And they just don't know what to do with it. But the consensus among Democrats is that everything that the Justice Department has done, for example, has been to shield the President of the United States from any potential involvement in any way that they can.
OK, I mean, Angie, the week began and it was all eyes on Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, after the weekend hearing, the House Judiciary Committee hearing. I mean, what's the feeling about how she handled that and how she's handled the whole process of releasing the files?
Well, certainly Democrats have been blasting Pam Bondi for not answering any real questions. All of this is just a preview to the Clintons having their depositions on February 26. So they're already putting up excuses and walls. I want to congratulate the Metropolitan Police and the Times Valley Police for making one of the first arrests in the Epstein files with the new revelations of over 3 million files being released. We would love to see the same thing happening here in the United States. We would like to see the accountability and also additional prosecution of those who committed crimes with Jeffrey Epstein. So we do congratulate those in the UK. I know it's a very sad moment for the British monarch, and we wish him the best, but we're actually happy to finally start seeing real accountability happening with all the victims.
Hank, how far off do you think that accountability is in the US?
Listen, this case has been going on for a long, long time. The NYPD had it done years ago, and the FBI engaged itself unnecessarily, probably. Leave it to the NYPD, by the way, to get the job done. The Florida authorities had Epstein. They convicted him. It's absurd, and it should come to conclusion. Let's get the files out, release the names, do what we have to do, and get on with our lives. This will color the elections coming up in many, many ways. It's a question of morality, and it goes against the American grain in so many ways.
Right. I mean, we're, 7, 8, 9 months away, 9 months away from the midterms. I mean, there are more files to come, aren't there? I mean, Hank, is the sense that the files that are still to come are going to be the most explosive?
Well, that's always the case when you have a scandal. You know, you believe in the front end, having handled scandals for an awful lot of people, that somehow the worst is yet to come. And, you know, for the American political system, the worst is yet to come.
Would you concur, Angie?
Well, Pam Bondi did say during her hearing that all the files have been released. Now, there are some files that are held back due to a judge sealing them. Whether or not those are going to be released, whether or not names will be unredacted, we're not entirely sure. But we know that the Clintons are nervous because they want to see the whole lot before they step into Congress in about a week's time to do their own testimonies. They don't want any gotcha moments. So I do expect more files to be released. Funny enough, New Mexico has opened up another case looking into the Epstein files. They're going to have more legal avenues because of this new investigation that's opened up there.
OK, let's move on to our next topic. The flurry of diplomatic activity this week in Geneva. Two sets of really high-stakes talks. Let's start by talking about the Iran talks. There's a lot of concern in the region I'm speaking to you from that, things could escalate. And if they do escalate, it would mean a regional war, potentially. Hank, do you think the US wants to deal with Iran? Or is this all the US going through the motions and it's just a prelude to a war?
The United States has been fooling around with Iran for a long time. We have not resolved it since the seizure of hostages in 1978. Iran is engaged in international terrorism that we know, and that's documented and not speculation. Question is, will the United States understand that the Iranians are serious when they say they're not doing anything, because they're not doing anything from their minds, and they intend to dribble this along? The Americans have to make a decision about whether they stop the dribbling or whether they don't. And if they don't, they will look very silly in the region and throughout the world.
Angie, what are your sources telling you? I mean, you've got all this US military hardware that's been deployed to this region. There's more on the way in the form of the world's largest aircraft carrier. Are we looking at the prelude to a regional war?
I think President Trump has a lot of options on the table right now. He still wants to have diplomacy first. That's what Caroline Leavitt had just said yesterday. They're still looking for a diplomatic way of solving this. But meanwhile, he's positioning as much military, U.S. military, in the region just in case these talks fail. And hopefully that's going to be enough pressure to get everyone to the table to really have serious talks. So far, everything's been very fluffy. But that is what's happening right now. I know a lot of U.S. military personnel have actually left or gone to other European bases. That was ordered by the Pentagon. But funny enough, Pete Hegseth was doing a fundraiser in Missouri yesterday. So if he's still out and about partying, it doesn't seem like they're taking it all that seriously. But at the same time, the news is telling us that strikes could happen as early as this weekend.
Yeah, and we know President Trump likes an element of surprise. And do you think, Hank, therein could be part of the surprise in the fact that a lot of people have got this full sense of security? Oh, well, the USS Gerald Ford won't be here for another 2 weeks, therefore nothing's going to happen for the next 2 weeks. Does that sound like a potential smokescreen to you, Hank?
Absolutely a smokescreen. This problem has been festering for quite some time. The United States does not want an active nuclearized Iran in that region, nor do the Saudis, for that matter, or anyone else. The traditional battle here between the Sunnis and the Shias is yet to be resolved, and it's part of the conflict. Will the Americans permit a nuclearized Iran to interfere with international relations that they have, and frankly, monetary relations as well? And the answer is no. It's not going to go on. And unless the mullahs decide to sit down and negotiate, there will be a conflict.
OK, the other talks in Geneva involving the same, presumably quite overstretched and, potentially outmatched duo in the form of Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, talking to these veterans on the other side of the table. When it comes to the Russia-Ukraine talks, any progress, Angie, do you think?
Yeah, overstretched is the right word. I think all parties are exhausted with these talks. There were no major breakthroughs on the core issues. There's no land being given up by either side. It doesn't seem like it was very positive. Meanwhile, today at the White House, there's going to be the Board of Peace meeting in Washington today, and they're going to start the rebuild of areas that were bombed out in Ukraine and also in Gaza. So they're going to plow through this and start rebuilding so that citizens can start moving back in or not. I'm not sure, but they already have plans to move forward post-conflict. So I think all these things are positive signs. I don't think they're going to wait for Vladimir Putin or for Zelensky to finally happily agree. It looks like those two are like oil and vinegar. They're never going to agree on everything. But meanwhile, lots of money are being invested in those regions.
Okay, Hank, I mean, do you think there's a risk that if a deal isn't reached fairly soon between the Russians and the Ukrainians, President Trump is simply going to lose interest and walk away?
I think he's already lost interest, frankly. This is a great confrontation in Europe. It's historical. He who controls Central Europe controls the world, and the Germans are very nervous that the Russians will see this as a prelude to walk right back into Europe. Now, people who don't understand European history will look at the dawdling that can't resolve this conflict and say, by the way, so what? But so what is big here? And the Americans have to figure out a way to bring this to conclusion, which they've not been able to do. And it does not look good for the Americans internationally that they can't do this.
Okay, well, let's move on to a slightly lighter subject, our last subject of the day before I let you both go. We're going to talk in a moment, actually, to an expert on UFOs, because the former US President Barack Obama was in the headlines, not for the Epstein files, I have to say. He's one of the names that doesn't get mentioned too much, I don't think, in those files. He's been making comments about aliens. And I just want to ask you, Angie, what sort of conversation has this been generating there?
Well, I think Hank would know this. In crisis management, you always want to redirect the narrative. And, former President Obama, as well as Hillary Clinton, they've been making the media circuits a lot lately. And we're not sure why, but I think they are trying to turn the narrative. And there's nothing that unites Americans on both sides and in the middle than aliens. So I think that's why he's talking about aliens all of a sudden, is to kind of steal some of the headlines away from the Jeffrey Epstein files, steal some of the headlines away from other matters that are happening here in the U.S. Call it conspiracy theory. I love it. I love to know if aliens actually do exist. He just confirmed it today, or rather this week.
Okay, Hank, I mean, I don't know if you believe in aliens or not, but do you agree with what Angie just said, that this is all a bit of a distraction tactic there from the Team Obama?
My Republican colleague this morning is very smart, because it is a way to distract people from the moment. But I also think, knowing Barack Obama's real literacy and capacity, is that he's alluding to something else, which from his perspective, Donald Trump is an alien to democratic practice. And he's already said that pretty much constantly since the Trump administration began. Okay, and Hank, let me just ask you another question. I mean, we then heard President Obama, the former president, who originally said, yes, I believe in aliens, then backtracking a bit on some of his comments the next day. And that's got people wondering whether he's perhaps got something to hide. I mean, has this got the conspiracy theorists working overtime, this story? Conspiracy theories have followed American politicians since the beginning of time, going back to Washington, Jefferson, Hamilton, you name it. So that's not new. What is new is that, sometime when you sound nuts in public life, you want to get away from it as quickly as possible. And that's what the former president sounded like he lost his mind momentarily. So what's new? Okay, well, we've just found out there that Hank does not believe in aliens, Angie. But are you hearing lots of conspiracy theories online about, is perhaps former President Barack Obama trying to hide something here?
Strangely, not that much. You would imagine that all the enthusiasts would be jumping online looking for signs of life outside our universe. But I think Hank is right. I think Barack Obama, he didn't really answer the question, but he did enough just to kind of spark an interest. But, for the most part, those headlines did not grab as hard as I thought they would. I think that Hank is absolutely right. He's probably referring to the illegal aliens that have crossed our borders. Maybe that's what he was, trying to make a reference to in a clever way, but it came across like outer space instead.
Okay, well, you've had the last word, Angie. Angie Wong, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure. And thank you as well to Hank Steinkopf. Thank you both very much indeed for your time.
Pleasure.
Thanks, Tom.
All the best.
Thanks, Hank.
Well, after finding himself on the spot, former President Obama later clarified in a social media post that he personally saw no evidence that aliens made contact with planet Earth. Now, Barack Obama's comments about extraterrestrial life have drawn considerable attention. Speaking on a podcast hosted by Brian Tyler Cohen, the former US president said that he does in fact believe aliens are real. Let's take a listen.
Are aliens real? They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the President of the United States.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens?
Well, for more on this, we're joined now by Nick Pope, who is the former head of the British government's UFO project, now based in the United States. And he joins us from Arizona. Mr. Pope, thank you very much indeed for joining us. What President Obama, former president of the United States, said must be music to the ears of UFO enthusiasts. He says aliens are real. Now, you've written a piece in the British newspaper, The Daily Telegraph, today. It sounds as though you might agree with President Obama.
I do. Having looked at this subject from inside government, I'm convinced that while most of these sightings turn out to be misidentifications, there has consistently over the years been a statistically significant proportion of these things that, frankly, for want of a better word, are real, as the president said. So yes, I agree with him, and I think large parts of the population are coming round to agree too, as we've got hearings in Congress, pilots coming forward saying they've seen these things, and intelligence community personnel talking about how they've studied all this.
Have you personally seen anything that persuades you that extraterrestrials, aliens, whatever you want to call them, are real?
I have not seen a UFO myself, but having investigated literally hundreds of cases for the British government and having seen some of the data that the US government has in terms of forward-looking infrared films of these things, photographs, documents, testimony from pilots and radar operators, that's what convinces me. But I've yet to see one up close and personal.
Nick, what's the most convincing testimony you've ever heard or read?
I think it was a case we had actually before my time, but December 1980 in the Ministry of Defence, there was a case called the Rendlesham Forest incident, and a craft actually landed and there were indentations in the ground. After this thing was on the ground for about 20-30 minutes. Later on, they took radioactivity levels, and government scientists assessed that this was significantly higher than the average background. And all this is clearly documented in declassified government files, which are now freely available at the National Archives.
Okay, I mean, it was interesting listening, going back to President Obama, what he said after he said he thought aliens were real, because he seemed to backtrack a little bit. And people have been reading into that, well, whatever they want to read, but some are saying perhaps he gave away a bit too much. What do you read into his backtracking?
Yes, I've heard that, and it was very strange, I have to say. Look, here's a former two-term president who's used to dealing with media broadcasters at the A-list level. I mean, this is no disrespect, but this was a YouTube podcast, and now he's circling back and saying, let me clarify my remarks. Now, that seems a little odd. Former presidents don't often do that. They don't feel the need. So it's very strange. And as you say, it has given rise to a lot of speculation that maybe he went a little too far. Maybe he felt he went too far. Maybe somebody else said that he went a little too far. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, he talked about that place, Area 51, which is an area, I think it's in Nevada, in the desert, and there are lots of theories surrounding that place, lots of secrecy as well. It's a US Air Force base, and some people say that there is a downed alien spacecraft hidden there. Now, if that was true, why wouldn't the US government be transparent about it?
Well, I think the reason for that is technology acquisition. Clearly, there are a number of adversaries in terms of geopolitics where the United States government would not want to let on that it had acquired this technology and would certainly not want to drop any hints about what that technology might be if it was very unconventional. Firstly, because the US wouldn't want adversaries figuring this out first. But secondly, almost any technology that would involve interstellar travel, for example, is going to deal with high levels of energy, and anything like that can be weaponized. So I think that's the reason for the secrecy.
And of course, you work for the British government. I believe you were in the Defence Ministry on this dossier for 21 years. Do the British know as much as or more than the Americans when it comes to extraterrestrials, UFOs and the like? And do they tend to share findings and intel?
No, we don't know as much as the United States about this. Frankly, there is very little information sharing about this. You would expect that the United Nations might be involved. They're really not. The Five Eyes Intelligence Sharing Alliance is involved. Now, that's the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. They have had at least one meeting on UFOs. That was held at the Pentagon in May 2023. But of course, all that's classified, and we don't know very much about what happened or what's happened since. We only know they had a meeting.
Okay, and I mean, do you think it's fair to say that our idea about extraterrestrial life has changed? Our concept of what an alien might be? I mean, you know, in our grandparents or our parents' generation, it was Martians, it was little green men, it was, you know, UFOs as well, although they're not called UFOs anymore, they're called UAPs, unidentified anomalous phenomena. Do you think the concept has changed in people's minds? And if so, why do you think that is?
I think it has changed. We've gotten away from this idea, as you say, little green men, Martians with tentacles. I think people now are thinking AI, for example. That's a separate but related debate that we're having. And I think also the whole UFO, or as you say, UAP issue has now been reframed less as conspiracy theory and science fiction and more as a defense, national security and safety of flight issue.
Okay. I mean, just going back to what President Obama said, one thing he said is that the universe is so vast that the odds are good that there is life out there. I mean, the universe is obviously infinite, and that's a concept most humans struggle to understand because it doesn't apply to us on a finite planet. But very hard to dispute what President Obama said there, isn't it? That the odds are good that there is life out there.
Oh, they're superb, and he's absolutely right on that. Now, this was part of his walking back of his initial remarks where he said they're real. But absolutely, I mean, it's almost impossible to disagree with him. And in fact, most scientists who are looking at this issue would agree with that point. In the vastness of the universe, it's almost inconceivable that we're alone. And the laws of physics seem to be constant in the observable universe. So just as life developed here, it's likely developed elsewhere. I suppose what Obama did in his follow-up comments is he split the issue in two. And he said, life out there, yes. Life coming to visit us down here, well, he said, I've seen no evidence of that.
Yeah, I mean, clearly our solar system, which is probably what we know most about beyond this planet, you know, when you look at the surface of other planets, I mean, they're pretty barren. We've got the technology to explore quite a lot of planetary surface areas of, you know, within the solar system. I mean, there aren't any signs of life that we're aware of. That's a bit disappointing, isn't it?
It is. We might find primitive, basic, probably just microbial life on Mars or Europa or Enceladus within our own solar system, but we're not going to find any advanced life, and we're certainly not going to find any other civilizations in our solar system. That's going to be planets orbiting other stars, and that's so far away from us. We're not even close. Our fastest space probes would take about 75,000 years to get to the next nearest star aside from our own sun. So we are a long way from being able to get there. Now, whether other civilizations out there with a head start on us might be able to get here, I hope so.
Just turning my thoughts back to the article that was published in the Telegraph today, you conclude the story, the piece that you wrote, by pondering the idea that the former President Barack Obama's comments could be the prelude to something more. What did you mean by that?
Well, I'm conscious that the 250th anniversary of the United States is coming up this summer, and President Trump is certainly not one who's shy from seeking a big spectacle and publicity and cementing his legacy for all eternity. And what better way, if he really is sitting on some bombshell information here, what better way than being the president who makes the official announcement and broadcasting live from the Oval Office on that 250th anniversary on 4th of July maybe, and saying, my fellow Americans, people of the world, we are not alone. That would be a speech that would be remembered for the rest of time.
Wow. Well, we'll have to wait another, 5 months or so to find out whether that speech is in the offing or not. But just to summarize, would you say that former President Barack Obama's comments and his subsequent backtracking, do you think the backtracking did more to fuel or more to dispel theories about his knowledge of extraterrestrial life?
I think it did a little more to fuel because, as I say, there's no need to walk back comments that you make on a YouTube podcast. And so when a former two-term president does that, it automatically draws one's attention to the matter and gets people asking, as they are, what the heck is going on? And so, but, I'm pleased with all this. I think it's kept this subject where it needs to be, which is in the public spotlight and in the media eye. So I'm very pleased this has turned out the way it has.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Nick Pope, former head of the British government's UFO project. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. We'll see you tomorrow with a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
American political scientist and activist Professor Norman Finkelstein giving, as ever, his very direct perspective on the issues behind Israel's conflicts with its Middle Eastern neighbors. Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. In the 13 months since I last spoke with him, the regional clashes have reached new levels, most recently with Iran and Israel trading missiles. I caught up with Professor Finkelstein at his home for a very candid conversation on where he sees things heading. Professor, it's really good to see you face to face. We've done a number of interviews remotely over the years, but it's good to sit with you face to face and have a chance to talk about what's going on. Now, since we last spoke about a year ago, things have changed quite dramatically, progressively worse, a lot of people would say. Now, let me start with just one of the more recent things. Donald Trump, as president of the USA, talking about Iran and Israel being in a conflict for so long, they don't even know what the F they're doing. It's unusual for a president to use the F word. What did you make of that when he described it that way?
Well, I think both sides know exactly what they're doing. I don't think there is any misapprehension. Israel has regarded Iran as a major regional rival for a very long time.
Rival or threat?
Rival for a very long time. They've always said that their chief, they call it the main threat to Israel, they used to say Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. Now, you will recall already during the build-up to the war in Iraq, there is a certain misapprehension. I'm referring now to 2003. Israel's first goal was not Iraq. Israel wanted to attack Iran. The United States had set its sights on Iraq. And the view back then, now we're talking about 20 years ago, the view back then was first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. So it's been a very consistent policy.
Quite strategic, the way you're describing it, yeah.
It's been a strategic goal. What changed was there's obviously a difference between an objective and the opportunity to achieve the objective. Now, when October 7th happened, Israel set as its first objective to, for once and for all, solve the Gaza question. There weren't going to be any more mowings of the lawn, as Israel called it. The Operation Cast Lead, Operation, that was 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, Operation Protective Edge, 2014. There weren't going to be any more operations. We are going to solve the Gaza question once and for all. And the final solution to the Gaza question, it basically took three forms. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, carry out a mass extermination. And those goals, they overlapped with each other. So at the beginning, it was ethnic cleansing. They hoped to push the whole population into the Sinai, but that the Arab states vetoed that. Then began the making Gaza unlivable with a mass extermination occurring simultaneously. Then Israel realized it could achieve other objectives. In the course of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they realized they could disable Hezbollah. And that was always a strategic objective of Israel. And they achieved that goal, it seems. I'm not convinced it's been as devastating a blow to Hezbollah as has been claimed, but they obviously did some significant damage. And then they realized they could achieve their third goal, and that was Iran. So what did change was, even though this had been a strategic objective of Israel, they realized after October 7th, they maybe could achieve that goal.
You know, you have Benjamin Netanyahu in power for so long and seeming to ride every challenge against him. His claim has been for years that Iran is very close to achieving a nuclear weapon. I mean, that's been going on for quite a while, that narrative. How have you regarded the evidence versus the claims?
I'm not an expert in those fields. I can only quote what everybody else has said. Tulsi Gabbard, who's responsible for national intelligence, she said the evidence said no. The IAEA belatedly, the head of the IAEA stated that there was no concerted effort on Iran's side to create a nuclear weapon. So based on the available evidence, the answer seems to be there isn't evidence. I would say, my opinion, Iran would be foolish not to acquire a nuclear weapon. So you have to assume that if that's my rational judgment, it's probably the rational judgment of many people in Iran as well. There are two possibilities. Possibility number, okay, let me just backtrack a bit. There are claims that Iran has been in violation of aspects of the inspections. I read the IAEA report. I probably have it right over here, as a matter of fact.
Not to worry.
I read the IAEA report, and I think a reasonable conclusion is that the IAEA inspectors are being truthful, and I don't have any reason to doubt their truthfulness, though I don't like what the head of the IAEA did. He released the report, gave Israel and the U.S. the pretext to attack, and then belatedly, after the attack, declared that there's no evidence that Iran is embarked on the program to create nuclear weapons. That could easily have been in the report. So when Iran says the IAEA was complicit in the attack or facilitated it, I think that's correct. In any event, it seemed plausible that Iran had carried on some enrichment that wasn't revealed to the IAEA, or they tried to conceal it from the IAEA, that the expression is sanitized, which basically means destroyed some evidence. Yeah, I think those things are all plausible. However, having said that, we have to be clear about basic facts. First of all, everybody is in violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Everybody likes to quote the part that non-nuclear powers who are signatories to the treaty aren't allowed to build nuclear weapons. They're allowed to use nuclear power for peaceful purposes. But there's another part to the treaty which everybody seems to forget. Article 6 says that the nuclear powers have to get rid of the weapons. They have to negotiate in good faith to eliminate the weapons. Now, most people will yawn, well, that's not really possible. I'm sorry. That's in the treaty, Article 6. In 1996, there was a major International Court of Justice advisory opinion. The question was, is the threat or use of nuclear weapons legal under international law? I won't go through the specifics, but I will go to the very end where the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, says there has to be good faith negotiations to eliminate nuclear weapons. Now, the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, was signed in 1968. We're in 2025. I think that's a long time. And if those weapons have not been eliminated, when I say those weapons, I mean by the US, the UK, France, the Soviet Russia, and China. I don't think Pakistan and India are signatories to the NPT. But those five, they were obliged. So they're in breach of the treaty. Who are they to lecture Iran about being in breach of the NPT when they're in breach of the NPT? That's the first point. The second point is, I'm just going to give you a historical, not so much analogy coming before. Since somebody mentioned that on my screen, there's Professor Chomsky on my computer screen, I'll tell you a small anecdote, okay? You're much too young to remember, but after World War II, there was a very famous case in the United States of two people named Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, and another person, Morton Sobel. They were accused of giving atomic bomb secrets to the Russians, okay? That they had stolen information from Los Alamos, where the atomic bomb was made, and transferred it to the Russians, or the Soviets at the time. And it was a big cause of the left, because Ethel and Julius Rosenberg had been in the Communist Party, and they left already, but they had been in it, and it became a big case. The Rosenbergs, save the Rosenbergs. The Rosenbergs were eventually executed. Now, everybody on the left believed the Rosenbergs were innocent. And Professor Chomsky is a person of the left. And we had many conversations about the subject. And he said, you know, I think they were guilty, the Rosenbergs. It turned out he was half right and half wrong. Ethel Rosenberg was innocent. Julius Rosenberg had done very low-level spying, nothing to do with the atomic bomb, but low-level spying. Okay? Why do I tell this story? You're wondering, why am I going back 75 years to the Rosenberg case? Here's why. Nobody will ever doubt, I don't believe, Professor Chomsky's moral judgment or his political acumen. He was in a class all his own, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would agree with that. And he said to me, on a couple of occasions, he said to me, I think they were guilty, and I think they did the right thing. He said, imagine the world after World War II if the U.S. had a monopoly in nuclear weapons. It would have been a catastrophe. We know how the U.S. carries on, even without the monopoly. Now, with that in mind, I think that there are two possibilities. One, as you might know, there are many regions in the world which declared nuclear weapons-free zones. There is the Treaty of Tlatelolco for Latin America. There is the Treaty of Rarotonga for the South Pacific. And there's one for Africa. The local regions decided, we are declaring these nuclear weapon-free zones. No country in this region can get them. There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
So let me ask you then, Professor, if Israel was to give up its undeclared nuclear weapons, Do you believe Iran would actually give up its goals?
We don't have, we're talking about power. We don't have to act on faith. There's not a question here of acting on faith. Everybody's now quoting the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction. Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran. Speaking of trust, do you have any concept of how Israel acquired its nuclear weapons? Was it by acts of good faith and trust? There's a book by Yaniv Cohen called The Bomb. An Israeli wrote it, okay? And he describes in excruciating detail all the chicanery, all the spying, all the crookedness that Israel engaged in order to acquire the bomb. So it's not as if Israel's record is clean and we can trust it any more than we can trust Iran. I don't believe you can trust any state.
So I'm going to ask you, Professor, what do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon if it had one?
I think it would use it as a deterrent because I don't think it's a suicidal state. It knows fully well that if it were ever to use the nuclear weapon, it would be incinerated in the blink of an eye. So it wouldn't use it, but it would be a deterrent.
Why do you think the USA, if I can use the term, tolerates Israel so much if it has gone through the chicanery to get its nuclear weapons, if it's often, flouts these international laws? Why is the US so tolerant of it?
Look, that's all. That's like what you call one of these age-old questions, whether it's the dog wagging the tail wagging the dog. I think it's a combination. Obviously, let's take the current situation. Uppermost in Trump's mind, President Trump's mind, is the deal with Saudi Arabia. He keeps calling it the deal of the century, okay? And for the Saudis, it would be a good thing to defang Iran and to neutralize Iran. So it serves a U.S. interest. It serves a U.S. interest broadly, and it serves a Trump interest narrowly. He wants that deal with Iran, with Saudi Arabia. So there is that element, and there is the element of the Israel lobby, in my opinion, that's indisputable. I think it's a combination. It's hard to separate out the extent to which it's U.S. national interests that are operative and the extent to which it's the Israel lobby. If you take the case of Gaza, obviously Israel had its own interest in wanting to solve the Gaza question. But there was a U.S. interest. The U.S. interest was very straightforward. The U.S. relies on Israel to terrify, to keep in place, to subjugate and to subordinate the Middle East. October 7th appeared to reveal a real weakness in the Israeli intelligence, Israeli technological capacity. It revealed a major weakness. And obviously, after October 7th, the thought started running through the heads of many Arabs, hey, maybe Israel isn't as invincible as we thought it was. This ragtag Hamas army, maybe they can be defeated, Israel, if Hamas could do it. So there is a thought, it starts to percolate in the Arab world, that maybe there's a military option against Israel after all. And for the United States, that means its main regional surrogate of U.S. power, it has to be restored. Its deterrence capability has to be restored. So the United States was, for its own interest, it was very happy to see Israel annihilate Gaza. So it transmits the message. If you get any idea in your head about a military option against Israel, look at Gaza or what's left of Gaza.
Let me ask you, with so much that's gone on since we spoke about a year ago, to what extent do you think Israel's standing in the world, its reputation, perhaps even with the US, where Donald Trump has said he's very angry with Prime Minister Netanyahu and with Israel in general, how much has that reputation been hurt, both of the country and of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I think that's a difficult question, because there's a difference between a temporary and a permanent harm. You're old enough to remember Operation Castlet, 2008-9. That caused huge demonstrations around the world. Huge. And if you remember, Israel was in a very tenuous position after Richard Goldstone, the South African jurist who was Jewish and by his own self-description, a Zionist, had produced this devastating report on what Israel had done in Gaza. You might recall there were fears that Tzipi Livni would be arrested at the British airport under what's called universal jurisdiction. Why do I mention it? Because nobody even remembers Operation Castlet. It's completely forgotten. So whether this current horror will have a permanent impact or it will prove to be a transient impact, I can't say. Remember, for my generation, growing up, for our generation, the defining political experience was the war in Vietnam, right? Now Vietnam is one of the U.S.'s main allies in Asia.
You know, it's interesting that there is a speculation that Benjamin Netanyahu wants to continue the conflicts, wants to keep everything on edge and in flux in order to avoid prosecution himself for various things he's been charged with, as well as, of course, to stay in power. How do you regard that kind of perspective?
You know, I'm very skeptical of these arguments for a very simple reason. There's a complete consensus across the Israeli spectrum on wanting to annihilate Gaza and embracing the attack on Iran and Hezbollah, obviously. These attempts to kind of home in on Mr. Netanyahu as if he's the source of the problem, I just think that's completely wrong-headed. Every few years you hear these predictions. Netanyahu's term is over. He's over. It's over. I mean, you can probably fill a book now with these predictions, okay? But that's not what happened. Netanyahu is the mirror, is the embodiment, the incarnation of Israel society.
The whole of society?
He's an obnoxious, self-righteous Jewish supremacist. An obnoxious, self-righteous Jewish supremacist. When Israelis see Mr. Netanyahu, they see themselves. That's why he keeps winning the elections. So,
but sorry, what about the protests against him?
The protests against him have to do with things like separation of church and state in Israel, preserving the alleged independence of the judiciary, the policy on the hostages. But that's not what we're talking about. I said regarding Gaza and Iran. And there's a broad consensus. If you look at the polls, just take Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. Every morning we have to know what Israelis think, It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had 1 egg or 2 eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. Everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what did the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that 1/2 of Israelis, 47%, 1/2 of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. So, have you read any significant dissent in the Israeli ruling elite on the policy of annihilating Gaza? Has any single Israeli sitting in office or out of office or the opposition, has anyone said, no, I think it's morally wrong to annihilate Gaza? Nobody says that.
Do you think...
Did anyone say, no, I don't think it was right to break international law and attack Iran? Did anyone say that? Now, as a senior intelligence official in the Obama administration, the most senior, he said that the attack on Hezbollah, the walkie-talkie attack, he described it as pure terrorism. That's what he said, it was pure terrorism. Did anyone in the Israeli ruling elite say, oh, that was terrible, that was pure terrorism?
Do you believe, though, Israelis see the pictures of the conditions in Gaza, the starving children, the degree to which the place has been completely flattened? I mean...
I think these questions, I appreciate the questions, but they represent, not by you, but the questions themselves represent a high level of what, let's call it, naivete. First of all, the opposition leader in Israel said, quote, our IDF killed children as a hobby. He was the head of the opposition, Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. In our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide, That means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide. How could they not know? Israel's a small country. It's very tribalistic. They all come together in moments of crisis, right? You're telling me that all these Israeli soldiers are posting on the web what they're doing in Gaza. They're posting it. If you're posting it, it must mean you don't fear being ostracized. You don't boast about it, that you're annihilating cities. You don't boast about it if you feared ostracism. You're telling me when the conscripts come home, they don't tell anybody what was going on in Gaza? Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet, of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know. Of course they know. When doctors report that children are being systematically shot in the head and in the chest, foreign doctors report that. The Israelis don't know? No.
Considering how openly, as you say, these genocidal kind of goals or tendencies are expressed, is there any chance that Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu will appear in the International Court of Justice in the ICC?
The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see it. The ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court because all the prosecutors were Africans, African leaders. It got a little bit embarrassing under Luis Ocampo, and so they then got Fatou Bensouda, an African woman, to do the dirty work. She was a total crook. And
I have to say, these are your opinions, just to make sure.
Well, I've written a book about it, and I've now written the second book about it. The first book was called I Accuse, about Fatou Bensouda. And now I'm coming out with a new book in a couple of months entitled Gaza's Grave Diggers, an inquiry into corruption in high places. And I go through the record of Bensouda and several others. So the ICC, a very distinguished international lawyer whose name I can't reveal because it'll cause him grief, he said it's not a court. It's simply a contrivance of the West to keep the other people, non-Westerners, in line. The ICJ is a different story, the International Court of Justice. Now, as you know, in January 2024, January 26th, they found that Israel was plausibly committing genocide in Gaza. But those were preliminary hearings. I don't want to go through the technicalities. The case hasn't actually been heard. The full case hasn't actually been heard. I think there's a reasonable possibility. It all really depends on the composition of the court, because it's a nation-state-based court. Who's going to be the president? Who's going to be on the court? Right now, they have a complete crook as the vice president of the court, Julia Sebutindi from Uganda. In my forthcoming book, I have a 100-page chapter on her. She's a complete and total crook. They're afraid, everybody knows it, but people are afraid to say it because she's the first African woman on the court. So, because of wokeness, you're not allowed to call a woman a crook, let alone a woman of color a crook. Well, guess what? She's a woman. She's a woman of color, and she's a colossal crook. Julia Sabatindi, she's currently the vice president of the International Court of Justice. And there are a couple of fellows like Mr. Tomka, Judge Tomka from Slovakia, Judge Orescu from Romania, who you might call minor league crooks. But there is a phalanx of people on the court who, A, believe there's plausible evidence of genocide, but B is important. In January, then in March, and then in May, the court issued what's called the indicated provisional measures. And that's just a fancy term for, we told Israel, there's evidence that you're committing genocide. So you have to do A, B, C, and D to prevent the genocide. Okay, you have to allow in humanitarian aid. You have to tell your army to stop carrying on in this way. Israel ignored all the provisional measures. And that has to grate on the court. They can't like the fact that this august body, the supreme legal body in the world, the International Court of Justice, 3 times, January, March, and May, indicated provisional measures, and Israel ignored them. So I think there is a reasonable prospect that they will find Israel guilty of breaching the 1948 Genocide Convention.
If it is headed up or at least populated with these members that you consider to be crooks, where does that leave the prospect of getting true international justice? Where does that leave the world in terms of having a body on...
As I said, in the International Criminal Court, lost cause. Karim Khan is pitiful. I think that's pretty obvious. The current
he put his neck out, though.
For the sake of the audience, I don't want them to get confused. Karim Khan is the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. He put his neck out because it was becoming absurd that they reacted in a blink of an eye after Russia went into Ukraine. The ICJ, the International Court of Justice, had found that Israel was plausibly committing genocide, and the International Criminal Court wasn't doing anything. So it was losing all of its credibility. And so the pressure builds inside from, there are in the ICC, because I've studied it, there are a lot of decent people working within the administrative side of the court. There are a lot of decent people. So there's the pressure on the inside, and then there's the pressure being exerted from the outside on the court. So yes, he finally did something. As you know, no point in, I don't want to get into the trivial aspects, but it was unclear the timing of his decision to issue the arrest warrants, because he had the sexual harassment charges weighing on him. And there's a lot of speculation. I've talked to people in the court who said, yes, the timing probably was, the timing probably was due to the sexual harassment charges weighing on him. However, that doesn't change the fact that there was already a very formidable case that Israel was carrying out crimes of a significant magnitude in Gaza.
I want to get your take on something that has been put out there too. South Africa is considered pretty brave for having taken on Israel by going to the ICJ with the genocide case. There are those who believe that South Africa is now a target for the USA, and that this whole white farmers issue was a way to kind of punish South Africa, the treatment of Cyril Ramaphosa. What's your view on that?
Yeah, first of all, if I were in the South African delegation, I would be terrified if there was even one skeleton in my closet. You know, those folks, beginning with the senior member, John Dugard. I know Professor Dugard, a really impressive guy. You know, he's 89 years old. And he was kind of like, had an uneasy gait as he came up to the podium. I don't want to sing his praises because it might sound sycophantic, and that's not my nature. But he was the lawyer for the Nelson Mandela family when Mandela was in jail. He was Bishop Tutu's lawyer, and he's a white South African. I should have clarified that. He's a white South African. And the Israelis have always had him in their crosshairs because he was the UN Special Rapporteur for the occupied territories. And if you read his reports, they were really meticulous. They were very impressive. So I'm thinking to myself, that guy must have been a saint, in his life, because otherwise the Israelis would have destroyed him. And it's a large delegation, as you remember. I think it's about 7 people. So far there have been no cracks. So far.
I spoke with the former South African ambassador to the US, Ibrahim Rasool, while I was in South Africa recently. And he said, you know, the idea was that South Africa feels the obligation, having been through apartheid, having seen extremes when it comes to situations for oppressed people, to stand up and support the idea of true diplomacy and speak out. Of course, he was expelled as a result from South Africa. So it seems at least there is maybe the starting of a movement that might question the world order in that way.
It's a step, but it's a long... Look, Mao Zedong once said, former head of the Chinese Communist Party, so in the history of the Chinese Revolution, there's the famous story of the Long March, which I think was 6,000 miles, when the Chinese communists were being encircled by the nationalist forces. And Mao Zedong famously said to traverse, I think it's 8,000 li, L-I, if my memory is right. To traverse 8,000 li, you have to take the first step. And so South Africa took, in my forthcoming book, I devote a large portion of the introduction to honoring the South African delegation. I sent it to Professor Dugard, and he thought I was over the top. But really, it was a riveting moment. I was sitting in front of my computer screen watching it. I showed it to my class because I was teaching a course in the laws of war. It was a riveting moment when the South Africa, it wasn't just a court case, because the South African delegation, it really was a rainbow delegation. It was old white men like John Dugard and Professor Lowe. I think he's from Oxford. It was African men, South African men, a South African Indian woman, and then there were South African white men. But it was a beautiful projection of the future. So it's a first step, just like the victory of Zoran Mamdani.
I'm going to ask you about that in a moment, but let me get back to some of the things that are happening now currently. Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region, many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq, and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess that. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan. It took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again, for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the U.S. invasion of Iraq. And he finally came out, I think when he was already retired, and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say it while it was actually going on.
It was difficult for him to do so.
Yeah, well, you know, if it's difficult for you to do so, you know, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, nobody is putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have the option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, you know, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
One quirky little thing, Professor, is that there's been discussion of the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, of course, Barack Obama was granted the Nobel Peace Prize quite controversially in some circles in 2009 when he became president.
It's just the wokeness.
Yeah, well, I was wondering
everyone wants to show how woke they are, and he's the grand beneficiary of wokeness.
What about Donald Trump, though? It seems he might have his eyes set on it. If he was to solve the situation, say, between Iran and Israel, or say between the Palestinians and Israel, does he deserve a Nobel Peace Prize?
Look, Henry Kissinger got a Nobel Peace Prize. Probably one of the, you know, he's got to be up there in the top 5 mass murderers of the 20th century. Menachem Begin got a Nobel Peace Prize, a mass murderer. And you can go down the list. I've already forgotten. So
I should point out, you always give your opinion. It's your opinion. It's pretty strong.
Well, if you ever read, for example, there's a very large book, volume by Seymour Hersh. It's called The Price of Power, Henry Kissinger and the Nixon White House. And it's about 800 pages. And I think it's accurate to describe in about each page, another 1,000 people are dead because of Kissinger. You know, it's not fashionable anymore to say it. Professor Chomsky used to call Henry Kissinger in the 60s the doctor of death. 4 million people were killed in Southeast Asia by the United States. That's not a small number. 2 million Vietnamese. But that was a horror. That was the defining experience of an entire generation.
So the Nobel Peace Prize has no real value in your eyes?
It seems to be pretty good at pinpointing who are the main mass murderers of each generation. So I don't attach any significance to it.
Is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, I mean, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, you know, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two arguing, two fighting siblings, perhaps with Iran and Israel. You know, the references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is he? I mean, is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to. He's a narcissist, and so everything is contingent on his ego.
But with him not being a politician, some say he might actually achieve the things that the old guard might not.
I just think this is kind of ridiculous. There were obvious ways to resolve, for example, the Israel-Palestine dispute. The U.S. stood in the way. The U.S. blocked it. The U.S. went along with Israel's opposition to an independent Palestinian state. I'm talking now, the goal of an independent Palestinian state dates back, believe it or not, to the early 70s. The PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, had already agreed to it. There was a solution on the table for already a half century.
That's what I'm saying. It's historic, and perhaps someone who's not historically a politician might have some sway in it. You don't think? If he's a maverick they're scared of, maybe they'll have to step down and listen a little bit. I'm throwing it out there. You don't see it?
No, because Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. And I think people are Look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments. Did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You know, you can imagine Barack Obama. He used to read the morning briefings. You know, the intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden. He didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them? Forget it. So yes, there is, let's just call it an information gap separating Obama. I said Obama, but remember, Obama just read the briefings. Now, just as a factual matter, a historical footnote, Jimmy Carter, was breathtaking in his mastery of the facts in any situation where he commented. If you look at the record of Carter preparing for what was the original Camp David in 1977 with Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin, his mastery of detail was breathtaking.
It's ironic he's not remembered as a good president by many Americans, isn't it?
Yeah, he actually was the most competent of the modern presidents. Him and Lyndon Johnson. Clinton was a voracious reader. He wasn't as disciplined as Carter, but he knew public policy. He had the concentration. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer in that Oval Office somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, that was a very funny remark.
Will the academic world recover, Professor, from the hit it's taken that you described? It's come so heavily under attack. I think it's largely unprecedented, it seems. Do you see it recovering? And what does this do for students who look for some kind of guidance and leadership through the educational institutes?
Well, right now, there's a reign of terror in the U.S. institutions of higher education, universities and colleges. There's a reign of terror. I've been reading the Harvard reports on anti-Semitism at Harvard. It's completely bogus.
Well, we talked about it before last time about the weaponization of the term.
Yeah, but if you look, the report is interminable. I'll tell you a funny story. I read the report once. I have it sitting right over there. I read the report once about a month and a half ago. And now I'll be speaking in New York with two people who I respect very much on July 17th, I think. And I have to reread the report. So I sit down, and it's very hot in my apartment because I don't have air conditioning. It was 100 degrees yesterday and the day before. So I'm reading the report, and the way I had organized the pages, it's not worth going into. So I'm on page 131, 132, 133, 154, and then I didn't realize I was reading it again. I had just read it the day before, but I was reading 131 again, 132. I had just read it the day before. It's so boring. It's this navel gazing.
What's the ultimate goal?
On a cosmic, every thought that a Jewish student at Harvard, every thought has to be recorded for eternity. I really don't care. Okay, you're smart. I get that. You're in Harvard. You're probably very smart. I'm not going to take it away. But you know what? You're 20 years old. I really don't give a flying fig what you have to say about anything. I really don't. I know there were some people who were very smart at 20. Okay, I'll grant that. Grant Bach, I listened to his music even when he was at 6 years old, Mozart when he was 20. Okay, I'll grant that. But, I really don't care about every single thought about how our Harvard students feels afraid here and uncomfortable here. Guess what? 90% of humanity feels afraid and uncomfortable every minute of every day of their lives. They feel hungry. They often don't have roofs over their heads. So if somebody said something at Harvard College that made you feel afraid, unwelcome, these are the words they use. We felt unwelcome, uncomfortable. We felt afraid. You know what? I don't really care.
What is the goal of all these attacks, though?
The goal is very simple. The goal is to silence any criticism of Israel. It was perfectly obvious what the goal was. Bill Ackman, who is a Harvard alumnus, he's married to an Israeli pilot from the Israeli Air Force. She's a trophy wife. If you juxtapose the two in a picture, it's not difficult to figure out what's going on. So I'm sure his wife, I don't like euphemisms, but you get the idea. She implored him and made her love conditional on him turning the screws on Harvard. So he had contributed $50 million to Harvard. He's a hedge fund manager, a billionaire, Bill Ackman. There was one person who had contributed $200 million to Harvard. Another person had contributed $300 million to Harvard. That's money. No, it's true. Harvard has an endowment of $60 billion, but it's still money. And then all the Jewish alumni put together a petition. At the last, it was a long time ago now, it was about 1,200 names. Now I'm sure it's much longer, threatening to withhold alumni contributions. So it was taking Harvard hostage. It was extortion. Either you crush the encampments or you're not getting alumni money. You're not getting alumni contributions. And then it's true, again, Trump is a menace. It's true. So when he came into office, he expanded the target. Originally, the target was the encampments, the Middle East studies programs, Harvard. There were sympathetic voices at Harvard Medical School, Harvard Divinity School, and the Harvard School of Public Health. And they came under concerted attack now because of the threats of withholding alumni money. When Trump comes in, he broadens the target to all of these woke courses, in sexuality, ethnic studies, women's studies. He broadened the target because, first of all, a lot of those courses, they are garbage. You have to be honest about those things. Those courses are unserious. They're just woke courses with social justice warriors carrying on like little Stalins and threatening everybody with being canceled if you don't toe the party line. So President Trump had an easy target because a lot of those courses didn't belong in a curriculum. A lot of the reading lists were ridiculous. He took advantage of it. But it didn't begin under him. And right now, it is, I would say, I think everybody is walking on eggshells.
But do you see any kind of backlash against the right rising. We've seen Zohran Mamdani just won the New York City Democratic primary on a socialist platform. He could become the city's first Muslim mayor. How much of a turning point is that? And what does it indicate of where things might go?
Well, I want to just, I belatedly, because I was caught up in Gaza, and then I was caught up with Iran more recently. So I only belatedly got active in Mamdani's campaign. I was out there all of the week preceding. I went out every day knocking on doors. And
so you're encouraged. You're encouraged.
First of all, I want to just correct you on one point. Not correct you, I want to amend what you said. Nobody, I don't think one volunteer, he had 50,000 volunteers by the end. It was 36,000, but then I started hearing a figure 50,000. Let's go 36,000 because I know that's accurate. He had at least 36,000 volunteers who knocked, the estimate is, on 1.5 million doors. It was a huge campaign. You know, for you guys in the room, to try to count to the number 1 million, if you start now and try to count, it'll take you 3 weeks. Knocking on 1.5 million doors, it's a lot. You know, let's say in a building like mine, because I did it, you have to wait for somebody to let you in the building before you could start knocking on doors. You know, you could do in 3 hours, you know how many doors you can get? I'm serious, about 20. So to have knocked on 1.5 million doors, it's quite a feat. But I wanted to say, I met the volunteers. I met them. They were a very narrow age cohort, about 25. I actually saw very few people who were even 30. I mean, between my age and the next person, you could fit the Himalayan mountains. There was a... So I don't believe one person, I'm going to tell you this, I don't think one person volunteered for him because he was Muslim.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
I know everybody's casting it because they're all into these identity politics. They didn't vote for him, they didn't support him because he was a Muslim, because he presented a radical program to transform our city. Nobody cared that he was Muslim. So every time I hear these people, democracy now, first Muslim president, New York Times, first Muslim president.
I think it's because of the general Islamophobia that's being built up.
No, I think it's because of identity politics. They look at it through the. It was a class program. This was a clear-cut class struggle. The billionaire class, the Ackmans, who I mentioned, the Bloomberg gave $8.3 million. The real estate industry, he was outspent, Mamdani, 30-1. It was 30 million. They say 25, but then there were these hidden PACs, super PACs. It was about 30 million versus Mamdani raised 1.2 million. You know, it was the Bernie Sanders candidacy, but on a local level. Bernie Sanders, every night he hammered away the billionaire class, big pharma, Goldman Sachs. And this was on a local level. But as one person put it, a big donor, the real estate, Reckler is his name. He said, what's going on here? New York City is the capital, the world capital of capitalism. The world capital of capitalism. We're not letting Mamdani, a socialist, we're not letting him in City Hall. This was a class struggle. It had nothing to do with his identity.
Fine.
If he had been white and he was clever as Mamdani is, it would have been a white candidate, Jewish, anything.
So having established that, let me get back to my first point or the question. What does this bode for the future?
Well, it's the first step in a long march. It's going to become brutal now between now and November. To my thinking, it's pretty obvious what they're going to do. They want to knock out they want one candidate. They want to coalesce around one candidate. So then right now you have Curtis Sliwa in the Republican Party. You have Eric Adams, the current mayor, a crook of a very high order. You have possibility of Cuomo running. And if you have those three, it'll split the opposition vote. So they're going to get rid of Sliwa, give him a few bucks, a total prostitute, Sliwa. Get rid of Adams, probably give him, a few free trips to the Caribbean. And then, or they may get rid of, or Cuomo may decide from pride he's not going to do it, in which case they're already talking about a coalescing around Adams. So it'll be down to two. The vote against Mamdani won't be split. It'll be down to two. And then it will be full blast the smear campaign. It will be full blast the smear campaign. The biggest error that Mamdani could commit, he's a very smart guy. He doesn't need my advice, but I'm going to offer it. Don't do what Corbyn did. When he started getting smeared with the anti-Semitism charges, first by the British Board of... Jeremy Corbyn, excuse me. First by the British Board of Deputies, and then by the whole ruling elite, from Sky News to the BBC, from The Guardian to the tabloids. They used and Corbyn kept trying to appease them and placate them, making one concession after another. That's never going to work. You will never placate them, even if you get on your hands and knees. And beg. It's not going to happen. So my strong advice to Mr. Mamdani is don't try to appease. On his election night victory speech, he said, I know that there are a lot of people who feel uncomfortable with certain of my views. He said, and we know who he was alluding to. And he said, I will stick by my principles. I will stick by my convictions. But he said, I'm ready to listen to the concerns of the other side. I, of course, like the first part, I worried about the second part.
The concession.
Yeah, because I'm for listening. Of course, you should always listen. But is that opening a door? If he opens the door, A, he can never appease them, and B, his base will disintegrate because they'll see another guy selling out.
We're going to have to watch that race, obviously, very closely, especially with your prediction. As we kind of wrap this up, and I have to say, Professor, I'm old school, so in the interest of journalistic sanctity, I have to point out your views, your very strong views on people that you've mentioned are your views, okay. Which is fair enough.
Is there anybody in this room who believes that a large number of politicians and people in power are crooks? Well, is there anyone who doesn't believe it? Raise your hand.
Like I say,
I don't see any hands raised.
Look, I'm old school, so I have to always. My opinions don't come into this, so I really am very clear about letting you speak. But I do point out that these are your views and they're very strong, and it makes me wonder: how have you been allowed to speak out in such a cutting way for so long?
Well, easy. Nobody listens.
Or maybe everyone listens, but no one seems to challenge you to the degree that, why has there not been a stronger kind of, and I'm just asking your opinion, campaign against you for speaking out to Israel? Most people who, might be in your position.
Khan,
please, Riz.
Brace yourself. I never had a job. I never could find employment. I did what you call in the United States is called adjuncting. It's part-time work. You know how much I earned most of my life on a yearly basis living in New York, except for a temporary period in Chicago for 6 years. It was between $15,000 and $25,000 a year. That's correct.
That's tough.
You know, I never had a job. I'm just speaking factually. My life is over. You know, the long,
certainly not in the terms of your visibility.
I didn't, quote unquote, I didn't get away with it. I paid a price. I was willing to pay that price, and I have no regrets about it. Of course, I can be self-pitying. And I can be bitter, which I have been. Not anymore, because it's over. But I never had a job. Now, just to give you a few trivial examples, okay? I wrote the only book, Political History of Gaza. I wrote the only one, Gaza, An Inquest into Its Martyrdom. The only one, the only scholarly book on the subject. There is, in respect, Sarah Roy of Harvard, she wrote the major economic study of Gaza. The only scholarly political history of Gaza was written by me. It came out from University of California Press. It's a distinguished publishing house, okay, academic publishing house. It's never been mentioned anywhere. I don't, even in like the radical chic places like London Review of Books, or the cool woke places like the New Yorker magazine, you will not, if you do a search, you will not find one mention of that book anywhere. And you know what? I'm going to toot my own horn. It's a damn good book. Professor Chomsky said, in terms of its range, its sweep, its depth, its analysis, he said it's in a class all its own.
Well, perhaps the way things have been going in recent history, people will pay a lot more attention, because it's going to be a time everyone's wondering that how it will be remembered in history.
Well,
we shall see.
Guess what? That happened October 7th. Gaza was everywhere for 20 months. The book was never mentioned. Never. It received 2 reviews. One in the Journal of Palestine Studies, and another in this tiny little periodical called something like Middle East Affairs. Nothing. Now, it is true, because of my knowledge of the subject and the miracle of the social media, I have a real media presence now. If I walk on the subway, walk down the street, large numbers of people recognize me. Have I been on one national television program, national radio program? Have I been on one in the United States? One? No. Not one. In the UK, I was on that program called Morning Joe. I was on that program once, and the other case was Piers Morgan. Right. Now, Piers Morgan had me on about 8 times, I think, something like that. I'm not going to speculate on why he broke the taboo, but I will say he doesn't challenge me. I've noticed that he will never say to me, "You're wrong," because he knows I'm right. He won't, factually, I mean, he won't agree with my interpretation of the data. If I say it's not a war, it's a genocide, he'll say, he said for about 15 months that the Israeli attack was disproportionate. That was the term. It wasn't disproportionate. It was not. It was proportionate. It was proportionate to its goal. Its goal was to solve the Gaza question. You have to understand what its goal was. If its goal was to defeat Hamas, then you could say it was disproportionate. But if its goal was to commit a genocide in Gaza, it was proportionate to its goal. So we could disagree on those points, but I have to say, he was unusual because that's the only national program. But it's the miracle of the web. You take a interview by me with him, then they chop it up into 10,000 pieces and they make it on TikTok. So it looks like, oh, people call me up. You must be so busy. So many people must be calling you. I say, as a matter of fact, nobody's called me.
Well, I'm glad you did.
I told Piers Morgan, or his the person who works for him, I said, actually, I have a lot to say in Iran. And I know a lot because I taught the Non-Proliferation Treaty. I've studied it. I've studied the International Court of Justice ruling on nuclear weapons. I'm not busy at all. Nobody asked me, including him. Nobody asked me to be on. I think it's an optical illusion, what you're referring to. I paid by conventional standards. Nelson Mandela spent 28 years in jail. Martin Luther King was killed at age 39. Malcolm X was killed at age 39. And you can go through the list, okay? So I did not experience a martyrdom. And I will not lose sight of that fact. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear usually for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job. I don't mean at a major university. I don't even mean at a middle-level university. I applied to universities in the backwoods of the South because actually I thought it would be nice to teach there. The good side of the web I talked about already. The bad side of the web is they don't look for references anymore. No schools ask for references. They just Google your name. And so you Google my name, you'll have 30,000 websites saying I'm a Holocaust denier. You'll have 30,000 websites saying I'm a supporter of terrorism. And it's over. It's over. Even if they were willing to go through each of these websites to see whether it's true. Does anybody want to have the burden of me in the faculty? No. So I did pay a price by conventional standards. And B, if it looks like I'm omnipresent, and if I have high facial recognition now, it's a kind of an optical illusion. It's 2 or 3 interviews which have been chopped up into 10,000 pieces, and they're all over the web. Just to give you an example, so I was on with Lex Friedman, and I debated Professor Benny Morris from Israel and this thing called destiny, right? So with destiny, it came out mostly to name calling because he's a moron. I can't fix that. I can't repair that fact. It's in his DNA. So that debate lasted about 3 hours. It was 3 hours, 3 or 5. I can't remember now. It was 3 or 5. In any event, there are 10,000 videos now out there of me calling Destiny a moron. And each video, each one, has 1 million hits. Everybody, I saw you with Destiny. That was so funny. That was so funny. So it gave me a name. Like the other famous one was in Waterloo, Canada. It was like something like 2003, where this woman is crying about, I make them feel so bad when I say that Israelis are carrying on like Nazis. And I said, please stop with the crocodile tears. Okay? So whenever I'm in any Arab country, I can be walking down the streets of Amman, Jordan, right? 10,000 people rush up to me. Crocodile tears! Crocodile tears! You know? I think to myself, I spent my whole life immersed in books, steeped in reports, trying to get all these factual details right. And the only thing people remember of me, the only thing I'll be remembered for is crocodile tears.
Well, Professor, thank you for being so generous with your time today. And it won't be 10,000 pieces, I hope, not that many at least, but it was great to have a chance to see you face to face and to speak with you again. I look forward to next time. Thank you, sir. Well, certainly no punches held back, as ever, from Professor Norman Finkelstein. That's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Please send your comments and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
I am Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching Arabiya English. As fighting continues in eastern Ukraine, peace talks and ceasefire proposals keep stalling over one key issue: the control of the Donbas. Here's why it matters. The Donbas, made up of Donetsk and Luhansk, was once Ukraine's industrial heartland, rich in coal, factories, and key transport networks. But its importance goes far beyond economics. Since 2014, parts of the Donbas have been controlled by Russian-backed forces, turning it into a front line even before Russia's 2022 full-scale invasion. For Russia, the Donbas is politically, militarily, and symbolically central, a core part of Putin's goals and a justification for the war. Holding it also strengthens Russia's grip on occupied territory. For Ukraine, Donbas is vital to national identity, defense, and future recovery, a region that carries deep personal significance for millions of Ukrainians. As Ukrainian leaders say, surrendering it would reward Russian aggression and leave the country more vulnerable to future attacks. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky argues that it is domestically impossible, as surrendering the region would be unconstitutional and opposed by roughly 75% of Ukrainians. As long as both sides see the Donbas as non-negotiable, it remains not just a battlefield, but the biggest obstacle to peace.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.